Madam Speaker.
Who in your opinion should have appointed official leaders in parliament for the welfare of society and just government of humanity. You to look upon the abandoned as your servants, whom you have been pleased call performance of such important trust in this land. Let it descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation, in such unfaithful a manner as to promote your own glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I'm new to this morning's we read a message yesterday with the deep sorrow, the news of the demise of the former Minister of State, Service of Paddy. That's Hondas Okumuringa, who passed on May 2023. We acknowledge the tremendous contribution the deceased made to this country when he was a member of parliament, a minister, while he still existed in this world. On my own behalf and on this house, we want to convey our sincere condolence and sympathies to the family of Padir Nebi and to the entire country. And may we rise to observe a moment of silence in his honor.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, I know you all know we are here this morning, and it is our constitutional obligation to ensure that we deliver a budget to this country. In fact, that is one of the roles of a member of parliament. We have to execute it without favor, and we must pass it. So we are basically here to do supply, to give this country what belongs to them. I want to thank you for coming, and we'll continue with business as usual. Thank you. Yes, Alan.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Musa, I don't see your chair of budget. Yes,
Reverend Speaker, as you have said it, that today is a supply day. I want it to be proceeded right, that all ministers to be in the house, because we might have some clarification we may need, like so for gender, specifically in councils, their leaders, the leaders in those women councils from C to the national level, the leader are elite. So in that line, the Ministry for Gender and even was sent to the statutory instrument, but the Attorney General never came back. Are we, as we are going to supply the funds to that ministry and to be used by the councils, isn't it possible so that the office and then even that to talk about that issue? Thank you.
Honorable members, when we started the budget process, we had a ministerial policy, and that's what us came in and went to the committee sector. Assumption is issues were for. That's money is allocated to them. Can we go to the item?
Item 3.
Honorable members. Honor by the at 7 to come here. I come for a purpose.
Item 3. Motion that the House moves itself into a committee of supply for consideration and approval of the budgetary estimates and revenue, budgetary proposals for the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023-2024.
Honorable members, the motion was moved on 8 April 2023 pursuant to Rule 15, the rules of procedure, and under each of Sectoral Committee on Ministerial Policy Statements were presented. The House defers to the budget pursuant to Rule 192 of the procedure for harmonized reconciliation. In fact, to Rule 1493 and 4. So procedure, budget committee is ready to report. We'll file the chairman to make a the minister to lay his certificate and his remark. And I'm also aware of a minority report which will also be laid. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the final certificate of financial implications, the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024, which I would like to lay on the table. Honorable Speaker, to start the process of supporting the motion, I beg your indulgence to make a brief statement. Honorable Speaker, with Article 151 Constitution and Section 13(3), the Public Finance Management 15, as amended, I have prepared the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024, full monetization of Uganda through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening digital transformation, access. Right on, Speaker, the total next financial year amount 52.737 trillion, up Uganda is 50.912 trillion. From I laid the estimates financial year 2023-2024 in Parliament and as in the agenda. This reflects increase of Uganda shillings 1.8 trillion on account of the following reasons. Number one is increase in domestic revenue projections by Uganda shillings 328.9 million. Increase in the support by Uganda shillings 0.7 billion. Increase in domestic financing by Uganda shillings and 68.6. 4. Increase in local revenue projections by Uganda shillings 4 billion. And 5. In project support by 819 billion. The budget will be financed as follows. Resources 30.0 billion, budget support Uganda 2.71 trillion, support Uganda shillings 8.25 trillion, and financing amounting to 8.348 trillion, totaling to a resource envelope of 52.37 trillion. Madam Speaker, of the budget for next financial year for the medium term to redirect more resources toward creation, creating more Uganda to accelerate the economy. Madam Speaker, prepared this budget in a high constrained environment and only within the available resources as appropriated by Parliament. The resource for distribution to Ugandan entities, to the government entities, fulfilled the following criteria. Number one is high effect and alignment of the NDP. Number two is the recent presidential directive. Number three, increase in government revenue. Number three, economic recovery and increasing household income. Number five, operational the parish development model. And number six, improvement of the government's efficiency. Right, Honorable Speaker, the budget priorities for 2023-24 include the following. One, peace and security under the Security and Governance Program. Two, road maintenance of tarmac and under the Integrated Infrastructure Services Program. Electricity, construction of power substations and transmission lines under the Sustainable Development Program. Is rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway and of the standard gauge railway. This will connect with the improvements in the water transport and the aviation industry. All of these will be taken under the Integrated Transport Infrastructure Services Program. Irrigation, particularly the small solar-powered irrigation under the agro-industrialization, industrial park development, that is building of infrastructure and connecting them to electricity and other infrastructure under the manufacturing program. 7 is support science-based research, and 8 is funding the development model and the MIOGA under the private sector program. Priority 9 is oil and gas development. Priority 10 is enhancing support to Uganda Development and Uganda Development Cooperation. 11 is information, communication technology, and support development. Honorable Speaker, the economic growth financial year is projected at 5.5%, up from 4.7% in 21-22. in the spirit of the impact of external shocks on the economy and the fiscal and monetary policy measures taken to contain inflation. Right Honorable Speaker, 2023-24 financial economic growth is projected to reach 6% and the average 7% over the medium term on account of increased production from Irish development, regional trade, the positive impact of the recovery, regional and global issues. I wish to assure this August House that the economy is on a progressive trajectory to achieve average at least 6% in the period of 22-23 to 24-25. Therefore, by end of financial year 2023-2024, Uganda's GDP is projected to grow Uganda shillings 206.4 trillion, equivalent to US dollars 54.99 billion, translated to Uganda United States dollars 154.27 billion in purchasing power parity terms. This in turn is projected to grow our GDP per capita US 1,001 US dollars 1,093 in financial year 2022-2023. Right Honorable, certificate which I read, and Right Honorable, I beg to move once again, House resolves into a committee of supply, consider the approval, consider and approve the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024, totaling Uganda's 31.228 trillion, of which Uganda shillings 10.842 trillion and Uganda shilling 4.386 trillion is development. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Before this motion was already moved, we hear from the chair of the budget committee, and then we shall hear from the Minister of and try to give us your summary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I not appreciate the very for some of us who are aging, but the absence of substantial finance on such a, may we know whether, because the framework paper and no document do not bear of Musasizi. Given denials of commitment in this house, may we know, especially in the absence of the Prime Minister, I don't know whether she's on the run, the Honorable Musasizi is why the minister on such a, when his most important delivery is being considered is absent, and also the absence of the the government chief whip, who are very critical. Is the government is the Minister of Finance whose documents you are considering? I have not seen the signature of the documents you are considering. May we have clarification?
Leader, Government Chief Whip, can we have Honorable Kasaija here? Much as we go ahead, vote. Kasaija here, Honorable Kasaija here, we want Attorney here, Prime Minister here. We want them in the house. We don't want this aspect of where we get, and they will be the first people to deny. And they like reporting.
But I'm Speaker, just inform the Leader of Opposition that I'm Leader of Opposition and the House, that I'm the acting Government Chief Whip now. But I'm going to.
No, I got a letter assigning Honorable Bahati to stand in for the Government Chief Whip. But as the Government Chief Whip, I want you people to be in the house. The 3 minutes that I've asked for. I have Prime Minister, AG, and then Honorable Kasaija. Chair, go ahead. All votes. Yes, Honorable Jonathan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, to pursue that this report has just been uploaded minutes ago, and your guidance was that the chairman provides a summary. Madam Speaker, we are dealing with figures, and we are going to figures. Given that we have not had time to look at it, it be procedural right that the chair reads entirely his report, including mentioning those figures, so that we can then process it. Otherwise, it would defeat the rules under 204. Speaker.
Another process.
Madam Speaker.
Anyway, maybe just for a correction, we uploaded this last night. Immediately the committee finished. I know my little son just seen it. But it will be read. Just to allay you, it will be read.
Madam Speaker, the ministers, the Honorable Bahati has gone, the Honorable Nabanja, the Honorable Kasaija, the Honorable Chief Whip, suspects may be summoned by court or police. That's why sometime back I said government will need to reconstitute itself, because you are looking for people it is before. So I fear, Madam Speaker, if we condition the reading of the budget to the presence of the 3, maybe we may need to ask police to stop. Otherwise, we are being hunted.
There's information.
Thank you very much, Lord Speaker. The information I want to provide my brother, you, that usually people of that caliber, they speak notified. That's the I want to provide, and maybe the speaker could privy to such information. They've been summoned, and yet at the same time, she's also summoning them here, in which case there would be a dilemma. I think.
Honorable members, I think what we need is to continue with the but I also want you to be mindful that it is back. COVID is back, and some of us, this one I can say it without mentioning names, some may not be able to attend, cabinet members. because state and the phone will come. There are some not to appear. My members to be infected. I want some of you to be okay. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable. In accordance with Article 155 of the Constitution and the Finance Management Act and the rules of procedure of Parliament, the committee mandated to examine this program and annual estimates, including plans. And where
Honorable
necessary,
Duru, listen, because it has just come.
and where necessary, make appropriate recommendations to Parliament. Are supposed to sectoral committee reports on budget estimate referred to us by end for reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, aware that on 30th March 2023, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development laid before Parliament a proposed annual budget estimates for financial year 2023-2024. It was followed by corrigenda on the same estimates for 2024 on of the and an addendum to the corrigenda was also laid and referred to the committee on 17th May 2020. Parliament referred all these documents to the Budget Committee for the constitutional mandate. The Budget Committee has therefore examined, discussed, reviewed the proposed plans, programs, and annual estimates of government for the coming financial year. I now will what the committee has prepared. Right, Honorable, I beg to lay the report of the committee.
Please lay.
Nina, to the meetings of the committee. Of the corrigenda and the addendum. Right, Honorable and colleagues, the report is structured into two parts, Part A and Part B, where Part A is macro aspect budget, and Part B is the reconciliation, harmonization, and consolidation. The proposed adjustments, annual estimates, and budget estimates recommended for supply. And Part A also has PFMA compliance and economic and budget performance for the past financial year, and then the estimates for next year. Right, Honorable and colleagues, methodology of this work, as usual, involved the interaction with a number of stakeholders relevant to the process. They interacted with the Presidential Advisory Committee, Industrial Development, chairpersons of sectoral committees of Parliament, the ministries relevant for clarification of a matter of issues. The committee also made reference to a number of laid on page 4. NDP 3, budget framework paper, annual estimates, a long list up to 20. In interest of time, colleagues are aware of those relevant documents. Right, I now go up to Part A. When we receive carry a number of and which are compliant the way the estimates have been prepared. Compliance test requirements. Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act has a number of issues that we must comply to when laying the. Most of this, the compliance is by the Minister of Finance or by the government. First, these requirements like the submission, the day laying the budget estimates. Right, Honorable, the rules and found number of complaints under this Article 13 were complied and found out government as per requirements had complied highly. Another compliance test we had to carry is the consistency estimates to the office co-responsibility. Right, Honorable Speaker, on 27th, 22, it approved the second charter office co-responsibility. That's the contract between government and the people of Uganda. Therefore, met first objective of a charter, control and the public debt. And we report that public debt in nominal terms is reduced below 50% of GDP by financial year 2025-26. As shown table, that is the, therefore government towards achieving that by 25-26. Therefore, the measure is flowing per party. The actions as per the measures put by are that debt moving strategically until we achieve that is an ideal position. Fiscal balance is indicated as objective 2, and then the objective 3 is fund transfers to the to contribute as petroleum revenue reserve. The committee, therefore, also analyzed the you see on table 2 and found that the annual budget estimates are not consistent with the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility in regards to the ratio of total domestic debt interest payments to total revenues, excluding grants. That is projected at 16.8% in 23-24, which is against the charter. The major reason for deviation of the charter is highlighted above is the rising cost of debt payments arising from global economic shocks like COVID-19 and the Ukrainian-Russian war. The committee recommends that over the medium term, government fully implements the domestic revenue mobilization strategy so that we generate our own resources to finance the budget and not rely on borrowing at a very high interest rate, which is going to cost and fail us from achieving the objective. We tested the consistency of the estimates to the budget framework paper. Colleagues are aware that the budget framework paper was discussed and processed by this House. Government, therefore, was mandated to prepare the estimates with the related relation to and compliance to consistency to the budget framework paper. On scrutiny, the committee found that the resource envelope in the estimate is consistent with the national budget framework paper. In regards to the financial prioritization, the committee found that.
Please speak to a microphone.
Thank you, Right Honorable. So there is consistency with the National Budget Framework paper, colleagues. We also tested the recommendations that have been considered, how far the recommendations to the BFP that were recommended by this floor, how far they were captured and attended to in the budget estimates. And we therefore captured the recommendations as from table 5, starting from vote 013, it runs straight up to page 20. So those are the recommendations this House made and were captured. Aware that the recommendations were totaling to about 17 trillion. Therefore, government had to incorporate some of them which were so critical, priorities upon priorities. We also tested the consistency of estimates to National Development Plan 3. The committee found that there was a lot of departure of the estimates from the NDP 3. The scrutiny of it found that the NDP 3 seemed to be very unrealistic. And as we speak now, National Planning Authority is carrying out a review of the NDP 3, at least to inform us for the realistic targets. Some targets seem to be very ambitious. We tested the responsiveness of the estimates to gender and equity as required by the laws, and found that most of the entities fully complied. The certificate laid had a measure whereby some scored below average. 22 entities scored below average, but the rest had performed well. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we look at the economic and budget performance for 22-23, the current running financial year. Right, Honorable, GDP growth for the year is projected at 5.3% compared to 4.7% last financial year. So that is good news coming, shows that there is a pickup in economy, the measure of good resilience. The economic outlook in the medium term remains positive, with the economy now projected in the coming year to be at above 6%. This outlook is premised on a recovery in aggregate demand due to unexpected decline in inflation, continued implementation of the parish development model, increased oil and gas sector activities, growth on regional and global economies, and investment in productive sectors like agricultural mechanization and value addition, tourism, and manufacturing, to name a few. Therefore, by the end of 23-24, Uganda's GDP is projected to grow up to 206.54 trillion. This in turn is projected to grow our GDP per capita up from $1,093 US to $1,282 US. Unemployment and inequality. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we tested and found that there is still trouble as far as income inequality is concerned. Much as the economy is growing, money seems to be in the hands of a few. And it's what government is trying to fight. And we expect models like the parish development model is part of the spread we expect. Colleagues, I would like to wash the doubts. The parish development model is a baby. It has just started this financial year. It has to go through a learning curve. But the expected outcomes are very positive. In the medium term, this is one of the methods, one of the models, which is going to save us by reducing the gap between the low incomes and the high incomes. Inflation. In the financial year 22-23, it has been characterized by inflationary pressures occasioned by high international oil prices and higher food crop and manufactured food prices, as well as education and transport services. It should be noted that during the first half of this financial year, headline inflation rose significantly to 9.7% from an average of 4.6% during the same period last financial year. Food crop inflation averaged to 22.3% during the period, July to December 2022, up from 6.6% recorded during the same period last financial year. Food crop inflation was driven majorly by the prolonged drought, which we suffered here in the country throughout between April and August 2022. However, on the other hand, core inflation, which is the policy inflation, rose to 80% during the first half, up from 4% recorded in the same period a year ago. This is 3 percentage points above NDP 3 policy target of 5%. Now, good news. The government's effort to implement both contractionary fiscal and monetary policy mix have complemented each other to tame the high inflation. So things are getting better. Going forward, with now the reduced international fuel prices, decline in transportation costs, therefore, lower production costs follow, and improved weather conditions. Rain is just very consistent these days. This has supported inflation, whereby the average headline inflation for 2023, projected at 8.3%, would be declining to 7.2% by the end of the year. And by next year, it will have declined to around 6.7%. Exchange rate. The shilling has remained relatively stable during the first 3 quarters of 2022-23. This is despite a number of domestic and external shocks that has characterized the economy through 2022 to 2023, arising from COVID and Russia-Ukraine conflict. So you find the shilling has been very resilient. By the end of first half in December 22, the shilling had strengthened by 1.5 percentage points. That is also good news. The shilling is now projected to trade at 3,754.9 per $1 by end of June 2023, and is projected further to improve to 3,754.2 during 23-24. Interest rates. In order to curb inflation rate, Bank of Uganda tightened monetary conditions by raising the central bank rate from 7.5% in June to 10% to date. As a result, commercial bank lending rates have remained high, averaging 18% between July 22 to February 23. Therefore, commercial bank lending rates also increased from 15.53% recorded in July to an average of 18.7% by end of February. That has been a deterrent to private sector. external sector development. Colleagues, Uganda registered the highest trade surplus in the region, EAC, following significant rise in the exports in the region. That's good news. The trade surplus amounted to 725.4 million US dollars in the period July to December 2022, up from 195.1 million recorded during the same period the previous year. This attributed to easing of non-tariff barriers with Kenya, the full reopening of Uganda-Rwanda border, and admission of Democratic Republic of Congo to the EAC. Despite this integration benefits, Uganda is still losing a lot of foreign exchange as a result of high imports. So we still import until we develop our own manufacturing sector where we shall substitute the imports. Despite the impressive performance of trade within EAC in the first half of the year, Uganda's trade with the rest of the world resulted in a deficit amount of 1,861.1 million US dollar. This is higher than the deficit of 1,528.3 million US dollars recorded in the same period last financial year. It means we're importing too much. This is suits and the rest. That is worrying, so we need to increase our manufacturing and continue marketing our exports and value addition. And Right Honorable, one of these factors is for us to improve on our standards. So UNBS needs to be revamped and made very, very active in supporting the improvement of standards, quality of our goods. Uganda's public debt situation, Right Honorable and colleagues. Uganda's public debt stock increased from 78,798.1 billions, 78,798.1 billion shillings. The mathematics takes it to trillions. This was recorded in 2021. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Right Honorable. In 2021-22, we had 798.1 billion shillings. And as of the coming year, it is 80,774.8 billion. That is a high rise in debt. This translates into increase of 2.5 percentage points. And out of this, 764.5 billion, equivalent to 12.85 billion US dollars, is external debt, while 33,014.6 billion shillings is domestic debt. Whereas currently Uganda's external debt is largely concessional.
The external is at 59.1 and the other one is at 49.9%.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. So the weight external is more, but domestic is also quite high. Whereas currently Uganda's external debt is largely concessional, that is cheaper debt. So as of now, it's about 75%. The share of non-concessional debt is on the rise. That means the lenders are tightening the lending policies and reviewing terms. So if we are to borrow now, we are most likely going to borrow at a very high interest rate. And that will raise our interest. And we have to be very cautious as a country to maintain a favorable debt interest ratio to tax. By the end of December 2022, the share of non-constitutional debt had increased from 21.9% recorded in June 2022 to 25%. The rise in the share is most attributed to the growth in the interest rates in the London interbank offered rate and the Euro bank interbank offered rate, resulting in two loans that were previously semi-concessional to becoming non-concessional. So there is bad news here. Public debt service. How are we servicing our debt? Public debt service involves any financial operations related to repayment of the principal, interest, commissions, and commitment fees, service charges, and other fees, interest payments where applicable. Debt service obligations approved for 2022-23 amounted to 15,005.5 billion Uganda shillings. But by the end of the first half in December, a total of 60,596.7 billion had been spent, translating it to 44%. Debt sustainability. This is measuring how stressed we are. The committee observed that the debt sustainability analysis for financial year 2021-20 revealed that Uganda's overall risk of debt distress has remained moderate, although with limited fiscal space for absorption of any extreme shock occurrence. So we must pray seriously not to have these other bad things happening, weather, and then international shocks. Consequently, whereas Uganda's public debt is still sustainable in the medium term, if not well checked, the long term will become a very heavy burden. The committee therefore recommends the following as far as that threat is concerned. Government should be committed to fiscal discipline to minimize deviations from the projected paths set. To this end, government should ensure that over the medium term, borrowing is limited to critical projects while minimizing acquisition of debt on non-concessional terms. So our negotiators must step up their act so that if we borrow only on concessional. And if we are investing, we must invest where productivity, and we must ensure there is value addition so that we earn our own money. Not investing, borrowing and investing anyhow. So we have to be very conscious while investing. Half-year revenue performance. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, cumulative collections for the half-year for 22-23 amounted to 11,670.03 billion shillings against a projection of 11,764.83 billion Uganda shillings. This registering a deficit of 94.8 billion Uganda shillings. Income taxes. This includes taxes on employment income, business income, property income. Revenue collections for the period under review amounted to 3,989.33 billion shillings against a projection of 3,904.59 billion, registering a surplus of 84.74 billion. It's good news. Major surpluses were registered in pay, casino tax. These people of ours who go to casino, they are very good. Rental tax, those houses. But here, URI has to step action so that all property taxes are collected. And tax on the banker interest. Huge amounts of money. Operation tax also registered a good amount of 59.08 billion. And the treasury bills registered 39.31. The good performance is mainly attributed to the following. The 225.85 billion surplus on pay was an account of payment of bonuses and higher salaries in the private sector. Rebound of private sector activities after COVID pandemic, which registered a surplus of 248.35 billion. This led to an increase in private sector contribution from previous period by 27.9. I think we should be celebrating that our private sector is picking up. The Uganda shillings 59.08 billion shortfall on corporate income tax is attributed to lower level of profitability in transport, storage, communication activities as a result of various economic shocks, including higher inflation, depressed demand that have negatively affected the enterprises. So we are aware some of these shocks raised cost of production, and again the demand had fallen due to pockets, and interest rates had also gone high. So the companies were registering losses. But also the committee also observed that some of these are effect of government not paying the suppliers. So the committee recommended government first track in order not to cripple our private sector. International trade taxes. During the first half, trade tax collections amount 4,044.84 billion, registering a deficit of 114.04 billion against a projected 4,558 billion. On a year-on-year basis, international revenue collection registered a growth of 9.1%, or by 73.85 billion compared to the previous period. Major deficits were registered in imported salt, the iron, steel, vehicle and spare parts, petroleum duty on diesel, excise duty on natural ethylene alcohol, withholding tax on vehicles and spare parts, infrastructure levy, and export levy on fish moles. While major surplus were registered under import duty and surcharge on imports. This performance on account of the following. Colleagues should read that part in the interest of time. Would now like to go straight to the budget. The budget for the coming financial year. That is on page 4. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, to avoid repetition, the minister presented part of this report. And I think colleagues noted that. The theme was presented here by the minister, and he presented the priorities. So I would not like to repeat. Priorities for the coming year were presented. I only confirm that the total envelope, the resource envelope is 52.74 trillion, 48.13 trillion. Terms. This growth is not that going to raise the discretionary expenditure. Most of the money on this envelope is the restrictions where government has put in place. Honorable colleagues, some of these monies, for example, budget support, particular projects. Others like domestic debt, refinancing, rollover, The rollover automatically offsets itself in expenditure, so you cannot spend it in other activities. To recapitalize bank, and that's what has reduced some of the issues, reducing the discretionary expenditure. 270, sorry, by 217.3 17 billion, sorry, 217 billion. Sorry. Recapitalization of Bank of Uganda has been found very important because it's impaired to a tune that we must put it back to its normal efficiency. The impairment here means a level at which damage is starting to occur in the bank. And yet this is the bank which helps us a lot in management of the economic trends, controlling inflation, controlling debt, and so on. Other things, Bank of Uganda reimbursement must be fast-tracked. The committee learned that government trillion shillings. So an agreement was made that this can lead to the bank getting lame and disabled. So this payment must be fast-tracked, and it must be fast-tracked within these 2 financial years. So government,
What the procedure do you have? Yes, Helen.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm really sorry that I'm putting my own brother. I think that makes us become useless. So when you say it is lame, you use a better word that maybe it will not be managing to fulfill
It
other
did not
issues.
mean a person, it meant a
No,
budget.
when you use right, Honorable Speaker, when you use these words, you have to be very careful. Because some people, you know, there's a Chini Shebe says, when you mention old bones, the old people begin thinking it is them. So I think the chairman could withdraw.
Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, maybe use a better word.
okay, I apologize to my daughter. The word, okay, let's use that one, impaired. But when you go to
Chair, can we move on?
Can't
Once
you, Right
it is
Honorable?
impaired, it is impaired. You can't.
Right, Honorable, government has gone strictly and agreed to clear Bank of Uganda's debt within these 2 financial years, each financial year paying 1.25, and also ensuring that more debt is not created. So as you pay, the residue has to be practiced seriously. So our Committee of Finance and Budget will be monitoring seriously this movement. Colleagues, the interests have grown, interest to debt. So this also eaten up on our money. And then domestic refinancing. So those are the issues which have reduced discretionary expenditure as compared to last financial year. Last financial year is going to look to have been better with discretionary expenditure than this financial year because of some of those fixed commitments. Colleagues, the committee scrutinized this issue and found that there is something missing as far as state-owned enterprises and public corporations in fulfilling the requirement of Public Finance Acts, where their budgets and accounts must be presented to the Parliament. So we have on part 1, those state enterprises that submitted, including Civil Aviation Authority, around 31 of them. And when you see the next ones, those ones have not submitted. So they always avoid the committee recommends that all state enterprises, corporations, commissions must submit their budgets to the House and be scrutinized. Their sources of revenue, their expenditures, and surplus where there is, so that we are in very update.
Yes, procedure from
Madam Speaker, Rule 83 C, Rule 83B. A member shall not cross the floor of the House or move around unnecessarily. I don't know what is troubling Honorable Musasizi. You bring your budget, it is being processed, you are walking around as if you are grazing. Is the Honorable Musasizi in proceeding well, Madam Speaker, by refusing to sit to listen to a report on his own budget and unnecessarily moving from here and there?
first of all, he knows the contents of his budget. And secondly, I gave him permission to move around.
Right, Honorable. Domestic areas, I discussed that.
Actually, it is free sitting. Honorable Musasizi can even sit next to Law. There is no problem.
Right, Honorable. We go to part B of the report. That's the reconciliation and harmonization of the estimates to as per. That's on page 54. That is the reconciliation of recommendations that were submitted to the committee by the floor arising out of recommendations by the sector committees. We were able, therefore, to capture not all, but the amount was about 17 trillion. And we looked at priorities upon priorities and captured those priorities that the committee would like to recommend the House to approve, because if not done, it can lead to some consequences and the loss of growth in the economy. So, Right Honorable, that is captured under from page 54 up to page 85. Colleagues can read that. Other committee observations, Right Honorable. On submission of the thank you. This microphone is the light is hidden. On scrutiny of the Uganda, it was observed that 7 billion shillings had been provided to support private entities in vaccines and pharmaceutical manufacturing. 70 billion shillings by private entities in vaccines and pharmaceutical manufacturing under vote 167, science, technology, and innovation. The Uganda had come requiring this purpose of this money to be changed for only pharmaceutical manufacturing. The committee recommended that the purpose of this money should remain the same, so that both vaccines and pharmaceuticals, innovations, and all manufacturing can take place. So the committee recommended no amendment on that. Right Honorable, on page 86, those are figures recommended for supply. Right Honorable Speaker and members, arising from all the adjustments, the following figures in the table below are recommended for supply and appropriation as expenditure for financial year 23-24. The table is a consolidation, schedule A, B, C, and it also has annexures. Expenditure category is the heading and the amounts. Table A shows central government's recurrent expenditure, referral hospitals, foreign local governments. Amounting
Chair, can you give us the figures, central government, 12 referrals? That summary.
central governments, 12 trillion. I beg your pardon, Right Honorable, the figures have 000. I think it's okay. 12 trillion, 205 billion, 794 million, 287,000 Uganda shillings. That's for central government votes. Referral hospitals, 282 billion, 242 million, 229,000 Uganda shillings. Foreign missions, 109 billion, 698 million, 845,000 Uganda shillings. Local governments, 4 trillion, 154 billion, 732 million, 317,000. A total recurrent budget expenditure for all votes here, 16 trillion, 832 billion, 467 million, and 678,000. Development expenditure, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, central government, 13 trillion, 223 billion, 122 million, 671,000 Uganda shillings. Referral hospitals, development expenditure, 25 billion, 60 million, 471,000. Foreign missions development expenditure, 58 billion, 388 million Uganda shillings. And local governments have 1 trillion, 124 billion, 667 million, 65,000. A total development expenditure is 14 trillion, 431 billion, 238 million, 208,000. Total of 31 trillion, 263 billion, 705 million, 886,000. Part C, that's statutory expenditure. Those expenditures like interest on the debt, arrears, bonds, payments for bonds, amortization, that's when you are paying our debt. That one, all total to 21 trillion, 473 billion, 79 million, 372,000. The grand total being 52 billion, 52 trillion, 736 billion, 785 million, 258,000. Right Honorable, the schedules are attached in the following pages, 787, giving detail of the budget for each vote, starting with the recurrent budget. It runs and it's bundled missions, referral hospitals, central governments, and local government as it was. All the detail, which runs up to page, oh, sorry. It runs up to page 106 from there.
Chair, maybe on,
Right, Honorable.
Chair, on the statutory expenditure, that is on statutory votes, which is on part C, not on interests. Statutory votes include vote 001, 007, 130, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 131, 133, 144, 145.
Thank you, Right Honorable. That's exactly the statutory, which statutory means once supplied, it has to be handled as it is. Right Honorable, I beg to move that Parliament approves the report and adopts the report and with amendments, and we go for supply. Right Honorable, I also received a notification and the report of the minority, which forms part of our committee report. The minority report is signed by Honorable Mwanga Kivumbi, MP for Butambala County, and the Shadow Minister for Finance. Honorable Namuga Goret, Maogola South constituency. Honorable Semuju Ibrahim Nganda, Kira municipality. Honorable Adeke Ann, woman representative, Soroti City. So, Right Honorable, I'm reading what the minority has indicated that.
Thank you.
The city.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for your report.
She signed it.
Thank you for your report. We'll listen to the minority, and that is in accordance to Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure. We've had a report from the Chairperson of Budget. We can also now hear from, yes, Francis.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I will need your guidance because I am lost. I have patiently followed the chairperson's presentation. I also followed the minister. There was a pictures and good news of progress and growth that were painted are not reflected in the villages I come from, in my pocket, amongst Ugandans. And I'm wondering whether I have a problem or Ugandans the Ugandans have problems, or it is the minister or the chairperson that have a problem. Are we living in the same country? We are in different countries, because the progress of 6%, I don't see it. I'm really worried, I'm lost. I need your guidance.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Yes, my colleague, it's true. We have progress in some areas, and in some areas, things are not going well. You recall I did indicate that we have issues, much as there is growth, there is income inequality in this country. As you are growing in GDP, the money is in hands of few and the majority don't have. I did mention that, Right Honorable, and it's one of the issues we say must be addressed. And if well handled, the intentions of the parish development model is one of the methods which are going to curb that gap. Yes, it's just a starting.
Honorable members,
The PDM is
listen.
just starting. The improvement, the growth in the manufacturing sector, those are the areas which are going to bring in more money. And of course, the fight against corruption is what we must intensify so that funds are invested and reaches to the last person. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said before, these reports are informative. Let's listen from the minority report too. Yes.
Madam Speaker, this report is very important. The chairperson has not been able to read word by word. Isn't it procedure correct that you exercise your power under the rules to direct the answer to capture the entire report?
It's good you came earlier than me. And you're repeating exactly what I said before. That's the benefit of coming very early. Honorable Chivombe.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and honorable colleagues. Let me start with a disclaimer for purposes of principle and clarity. Nothing will be in this budget that is personal, and I made it clear to the Committee of Budget. Right Honorable Speaker.
And I think the disclaimer is for everybody.
Yes.
For all the members of parliament, there is nothing personal to any of the members of parliament. And if anything is going to Amuria, it is not for Amero. It is for Amuria. It is for the locals.
I take it at that. But as a question of principle, I needed to be very, very clear. Right Honorable Speaker, areas of dissent. 1, non-compliance. 2, the budget is inconsistent with the borrowing plan for the next financial year. 3, falsification of the resource envelope. 4, revenue impropriety. 5, specific issues on the budget allocations. 6, dissent on committee conclusions on project exiting the budget investment plan and non-complying retooling project in the next financial year. 7, failure to provide for intern, senior house officials allowance and funding for Uganda Red Cross. 8, diluted budget for presidency at the expense of other priority sectors. And 9, suspicious budget allocations and reallocations. Non-compliance. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament referred the budget estimate to the Budget Committee for scrutiny. Ministry of Finance presented their budget proposals contrary to program-based budgeting as clearly envisaged in the NDP3. The only mention about program budgeting and the budget allocation stops only on 1 page, and we go back to sector allocations. So the only inference to budget programming is just a theory. We recommend expenditures aligned and harmonized of the budget framework paper with the program-based budgeting. That is for policy. Non-compliant. The committee observed that out of the 70 public corporations and state enterprises, only 23 submitted their budgets, i.e. revenue and expenditure, to Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, down here, I have 47 corporations and enterprises that did not submit their budgets and expenditure proposals to budget. We disagree with the committee's observation that since the inception of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, Parliament has never received the entire budgets of the public corporations and state enterprises as required by the law. We recommend that no funds should be appropriated for all corporations and state enterprises that did not submit their budgets, because it has been going on every other year. So for all these 47 that have not submitted their budgets to Parliament, we differ with the committee's report is just the way it has been, business as usual. This year, we don't provide. Budget support. It is projected that off-budget support will decline from US dollars 351 in the financial year 2022-23 to US dollars 295 million in this financial year, in the coming financial year. It should be observed that this decline is mainly caused by failure to account for donor money, misappropriation, shrinking civic space, corruption, abductions, arrests of citizens without trial, brutal killings, and general decline of the rule of law, as a result of which the country has lost trust and confidence of our development partners to the detriment of our citizens. Our recommendation is that government should address concerns related to human rights abuse, democracy, governance, and the rule of law. It is our considered view that the address of these issues should not be mainly anchored on attracting off-budget support, but also enabling our citizens to enjoy their inherent fundamental human rights and liberties. 2, the budget is inconsistent with the borrowing plan. Right Honorable Speaker, this is where we start to miss the point. Right Honorable Speaker, the budget for the next financial year will be financed as it was elaborated by the majority committee. Domestic revenue, 29.34 trillion. Domestic budget support, 2.7. Domestic financing borrowing, 2.71. Project support, domestic debt refinancing, 8.36. Project support external financing, 7.44. Local revenue, 280. Right Honorable Speaker, this budget is inconsistent with the medium-term debt management strategy for the year 2023-24 as laid out in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister accompanied this budget with the debt management strategy. And this is what it says, and I'll take note. The total debt for external was projected to be 8.3 trillion. For domestic, it was projected to be 10. The details are on that table. And these are our concerns. Right Honorable Speaker, let me demonstrate the inconsistency as here under. Under the provision of Section 3010A5 of the Public Finance Management Act.
13, not 30.
13. The Minister of Finance is mandated to table a plan on public debt and any other financial liabilities, whilst presenting the national budget to Parliament to ensure proper debt management. The annual budget estimate must be consistent with the medium-term debt management strategy. The government has has committed to secure external financing to a tune of 10.22 trillion as shown in the budget estimate, whereby 2.78 trillion is budget support, grants and loans, and 7.44 is project support. This is inconsistent with the sum of 8.84 trillion total external borrowing as per the borrowing plan in the medium-term debt management strategy. When you go back to the table, Right Honorable Speaker, you will see government said they will borrow 8.4 trillion. Now they come with a figure they are going to borrow 10. For external, they committed to borrow 10. For domestic, they've gone ahead and borrowed 11. And two things to note, Right Honorable Speaker. There is also a great inconsistency when you read the table with the level of concessional versus non-concessional loan. We note that 90%, 97, 90, only 7.9, which is 1.4 trillion of the total borrowed money will be concessional. The rest of the money is non-concessional. Government is also going for the domestic market to borrow huge amounts of money to the disadvantage and in competition with the private sector. The effect of domestic borrowing on the private sector tackled. Falsification of the resource envelope. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the resource envelope, there is a huge amount of falsification. They are giving us a total discretionary budget of 25 trillion. But that is in effect, they have not deducted pension and gratuity. They've not deducted the total wage. They've not deducted the contingency fund. When you deduct the two from 25, all the four items, the true discretionary expenditure of government comes to down.
Honorable Chivumbi, the pension fund, give us the amount, the gratuity.
Okay, the pension is 278.57 billion. Gratuity is 111.5, 115 and 2.3. Total wage in the budget is 6.959 trillion. Contingency fund, as per the law established, should have been 240.25. So when you deduct these 0.6, when you deduct these figures from, in addition to what they have as the discretionary fund, you remain with 17 trillion. That's a true reflection.
17.5 trillion.
So that is the true reflection of the.
You know, when we are talking about figures, we have to be very, very careful. It's not like you're talking about the Columbus.
I'm being a bit fast to save time. So it is 17, as you have said, point something. So Right Honorable Speaker, this is really absurd because as we go to reallocate, let us know that the only money to play with in the whole 52 billion budget is only 52 trillion budget is only 17 trillion. The rest of the money goes to debt management. Right on, and that answers your queries, Honorable Mojuchi. Uncollected mineral.
And members, the debt management that we are paying for was not borrowed during our time. That money was borrowed over a period of time. For us, we are only now paying.
Yes, sir.
We are just victims now.
But it was borrowed.
Let's go on.
But it was borrowed before under this regime for the last 34 years.
Not, I'm saying not in the 11th parliament.
Not in the 11th parliament, definitely. It's not your
I'm
fault.
also giving a disclaimer.
You're also giving a this, but it was also in steady progress. Right Honorable Speaker, uncorrected mineral taxes. The Auditor General's report on the performance of URA for the financial year 2021-22 indicated that URA failed to collect 340 billion in taxes from gold export, estimated to be recovered over a period of after 5 years after the 5% levy was implemented. In March 2023, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development directed the Uganda Revenue Authority to halt the recovery of gold export tax. This was in addition to the directive of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, halting the implementation of the 5% levy, $200 on each kilogram of gold exported. During the plenary, the Attorney General disclosed that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development slashed taxes on gold from 616 billion to 43 billion. There are other minerals whose revenue is hardly declared by government. And Honorable Speaker, I want to note the following. Phosphate and steel at Sukuru. The company is named there. That company is fully operational, doesn't pay any tax. Marble from Karamoja, M&S, Sunbelt. That company is full operational, doesn't pay any simple penny on the mineral tax. Tin, African Partner Resource Limited. This is also full operational, they don't pay any penny. This is via this curve. It is there. This is dealing with also minerals. I think gold in Busia, it doesn't pay. There's also another gold from Busia, a company called Wagaga Mining Limited. It doesn't pay any penny. Right, Honorable Speaker, with the foregoing mineral activities in the country, one would expect corresponding increase in revenue from the mining sector. However, there is still obscurity and unwarranted waivers, thus revenue leakage. Our recommendation, establish a monitoring mechanism to track and recover all revenues from the minerals and mining activities. Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. The government has had a contractual commitment on classified equipment that has cost Uganda a total of 16 trillion over the contractual period. The outlay of the outlay for 2022-23 was 19 trillion, 1.9 trillion. This project has elapsed and will soon end in June of this financial year. Ironically, in the supplementary schedule for this financial year, a sum of 339.8 billion was moved from a contractual commitment and allocated shortfalls in the wage for UPDF. To our surprise, under the budget estimate for the financial year 2023-24, a sum equal in amount of 1.9 trillion, the amount previously allocated for contractual commitment has been allocated to retooling under classified expenditure without following the retooling guidelines under the Public Finance Management Act. In another twist of events, with the intention of sanitizing the 1.9 trillion, the Ministry of Finance in a agenda has again deducted 339 billion from a sum of 1.9 and shifted to cater for wage shortfalls. Clearly, there is suspicious motive in the way the ministry is holding on to this money to the extent they have now hidden it in a classified expenditure to avoid scrutiny. But luckily, we can infer from the circumstances that this is form hemorrhaging public coffers, and this raises many questions. We recommend that the allocation of 1.9 trillion classified for classified be rejected. We further recommend that the Public Finance Management Act be amended to define the structure of classified expenditure to limit wastage and abuse of public resources. Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation.
Just a minute, maybe before you go ahead, Prime Minister, can I have the Minister of Energy here? We need to get information on the gold collections.
I can continue.
You can continue.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm now going to Science and Technology and Innovation under President's Vote 167. Presidential Advisory Committee on Export and Industrial Development by Mr. Audrey Rwabogo and Dai Biopharma Factory in Matuga. Dai Pharma Factory Matuga. Support for coffee chain. Support for the coffee value chain development 37 and support for vaccine and pharmaceutical 70 billion today Biopharma Factory in Matuga and now suspicious subdivisions put in the newly created vote 177 for science and tech 67 for science and technology and innovations. When Mr. Rwabogo Odrek appeared before the Budget Committee on Budget during the retreat at Munyonyo Resort, he informed the committee that this project on coffee value chain development required $100 million US. He has been allocated 10 million US, equivalent to 37 billion in the budget. This amount for private investment was directly charged to the consolidated fund. In the subsequent agenda, it has been shifted to State House under classified expenditure. Right Honorable Speaker, we dissent with the majority decision to provide and shift money mounting to 37 billion for Mr. Audrey Rwabogo under the disguise for coffee value chain development from vote 167 science and technology and innovation to classified expenditure for logistical support and security under State House vote 02 as indicated an addendum to the agenda to the draft budget estimate for the financial year. Classified expenditures should not be abused to hide irregular, personal, illegal expenditures on the consolidated fund. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also informed this committee that this new penalty, black penalty now, requires $100 million US. And what is going to happen, Right Honorable Speaker, and I know the game plan now, the moment you make an entry of $10 million US, they will now go under 3% and provide the rest of the money under insufficient funding. That's what is going to happen, and expect a supplementary budget to have provided the rest of 100 million. We are saying, for heaven's sake, since do some people have the audacity to go to the consolidated fund for a personal venture? It doesn't matter who you are and who you know. These are taxpayers' money. In the same vein, the budget, and Right Honorable Speaker better also put this, there is no amount of a letter president will write to intimidate me with an arrest that will make me go silent on some of his matters.
Did they write to you?
They wrote a letter to every single MP where my name was mentioned and Honorable Rutamaguzi, and instructed the relevant authority wherever I talk about some of these things where I'm
Did he mention that when you talk about penalty?
No, he talked about parish development model, but now I'm talking about this one. I want to state that no amount of intimidation will make us silent on some of these issues.
You said this one is a black penalty.
This This is the black. This is the.
At least now we have a black penalty, not a white one.
But Honorable Speaker, the big issues is you are going to.
No, I was just cracking a joke.
Yes.
Continue.
Yeah, the big issue, Honorable Speaker, is you want to invest. Kenya has the same structure across Europe for their flower and fruits, even at Heathrow, but it's government owned. That infrastructure is government owned. That's why in our proposal, right, Honorable Speaker, we are going to propose, I better wait for the resolution. In the same vein, the budget allocated 70 billion to biopharma factory in Matuga to establish a pharmaceutical plant by Mr. Matthias Magola, not the Honorable Mpuga, the managing director. He informed the committee, good enough, all these are on record. He informed the committee that the project requires a total sum of $1 billion US. $1 billion US, an equivalent of 3.7 trillion. The government will continue charging the consolidated fund for a private undertaking for a long period at the taxpayer's expense. Even if government was to facilitate the establishment of a pharmaceutical facility, the US $1 billion is a high scale for such a facility. Comparatively, right, Honorable Speaker, by technology firm Mondema is set to build a similar facility in Kenya at a cost of only 500 million US dollars. And the president of Kenya launched this project, His Excellency Samuel Ruto, just the other day, for only 500, a similar facility. We are landlocked. Okay, for another day. We submit that the consolidated fund should not be used to act as a lender of first resort to every non-bankable idea. If these projects are feasible and worth the support, there are many ways through which the government can support them. For instance, that money should be channeled through the Uganda Development Corporation or the Uganda Development Bank for onward lending. Or, as we've done for Rocco, we've done for Abubeka, we've done for other agencies, we go and acquire equity in those ventures, and that will protect our children's and children's money. Besides the vote, there are 9 agencies under the table below with the audit queries. Some of the outstanding audit queries include Chira Motor Corporation. The Auditor General raised an audit query. UNCCT has an audit query under the same vote. Presidential Initiative on Banana Industrial Development, PID, has an audit query. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend funding amounting to 37 billion meant to Mr. Wabogo's coffee chain should not be approved.
Meant for who? Not Magogo,
Mr.
Magola.
Mr. Wabogo.
Withdraw your statement.
Mr. Wabogo. Not Magogo. You know, Moses is my OB. Should not be approved. 2, funding amounting to 70 billion to this factory in Matuga, manufacturing of pharmaceutical, should not be approved. This is our alternative proposal, Right Honorable Speaker, that allocations made to coffee chain development and this other should be shifted to Uganda Development Corporation, where interested parties should access it through loans, either Uganda Development Corporation or UDB, where they can go and borrow, or UDC, where Uganda will be able to acquire equity in those undertakings, and that will protect the crucial sums of money the country is due to invest in these ventures. Right Honorable Speaker, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we disagree on the additional billion an additional 2 billion towards monitoring of wealthy funds under the policy development model for secretariat allowance on the top of the initial allocation of 9.2 billion. This is wasteful expenditure and unjustified. We also disagree with the allocation of 12 billion to facilitate the procurement of bicycles for parish chiefs and rent for their offices. The country has a total of 10,595 parishes, and thus same number of parishes with the same number of parish chiefs. If the unit cost for a bicycle is 400,000, it will cost a total sum of 4,238 million to cover all the parishes, exclusive of maintenance cost. The balance of 8.5 cannot sufficiently cater for rent, utilities, furniture, and other office equipment. In our observation, the sustainability of the policy for paying rent for parish chiefs is highly questionable, considering rent areas burdening other government agencies. However, we recommend an additional 5 billion to be added to the bicycle and 2 billion that is for the secretariat to cater for office equipment. We are only saying the 12 billion, if you are to go for rent, 100,000 per parish, it will consume the 12 billion. But the president wrote and said he wants money to also for each parish chief to have a bicycle. A bicycle current market price, each unit cost is around 400,000. If you put in this money, the 12 billion provided is not enough. We want to provide 6, we want to provide 5, and then provide the 2. At least if he has an office, he should be able to put a table and a chair for him to sit. That is our proposal. And I think the president will be happy with that. I hope you won't arrest me for that, for that proposal. 6.01, dissent on committee conclusions on projects exiting the public investment plan and non-compliant retooling project. Right Honorable Speaker, the following projects from page 13 to page 16 are supposed to exit and to end, and they are due completion by 30th June. But to our surprise, going forward, money has been provided to a tune of 538 billion. Our proposal is that if these projects are due to exit and are to be completed by June, why do we do a further provision of resources? Is that this money for these projects should be shifted and they go to other useful needs. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have a long list of non-compliant retooling projects in the country. All these projects underlined under retooling. Honorable members who don't know about retooling is where government agencies normally put money for vehicles, for what, for AOB, so all those things come under retooling. So we are saying, and there is a criteria in the Public Finance Management Act how to go about a committee for retooling for each agencies. All these projects have not followed that criteria, but they are within the budget allocations. Our view is that these will lead to wasteful expenditures, and all these projects should not be funded. Failure to provide for interns and senior house officers allowance and funding for Uganda Red Cross. Right Honorable colleagues, we've noted with concern that both in the first crew gender, second crew gender, and the budget allocation, still there is no money for the medical interns. And you have money for retooling, We have money to donate it to Sujui. We have money to donate it to Sujii for whatever. And it is interns that are running the medical facilities countrywide. Therefore, for all these deductions we get, we want the budget committee to adjust the figure and provide the money. It is Parliament with the last call for interns. The country is tired of strikes. The country is tired of the people who really serve the commonest person, so and goes unpaid. So that is our point of view, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, the last one before I invite Honorable Semju to go for another part, because the Honorable Speaker, as you know, much as I've been around for the last 2 months, I'm not at full charge. You are aware. No, we don't go into detail. So I cannot speak for so long. So I'm going to have Honorable Semju deal with the last part. Now, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Suspicious budget allocations and reallocations. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleague, listen to this. The Budget Committee has identified a source for reallocation for rural electrification, and it took away 100 billion that is supposed to go to the Ministry of Energy for provision of electricity to rural areas. Our humble view and opinion is that much as there are issues in that sector, I'm coming from a constituency where polls were put so many years ago, 2 years, and it's so many people's constituency, and they are costing MPs dearly because they keep on explaining there is no wire, there are no transformers, and the country is in darkness. But you have the audacity to shift 100 billion from rural electrification and take it where? I'm going to tell you where they've taken the money. And in my humble view, these kinds of reallocations should be resisted with utmost sincerity. First point is that we reject the shifting of 100 billion from rural electrification to the column of reallocation, and we maintain this money there. If there are issues, let the oversight committee ensure that the ministry sticks with the plans and the project gets implemented. We are tired of answering these questions. And I think it will cost also the president dearly in the coming election, or whoever. And I mean so. Right Honorable Speaker, and this is where I have issues. I've identified agencies in the reallocation schedule. For the last 4 years, these agencies get the mass eye of reallocation schedule. We are saying they can't be the same every year. They can't be the same agencies every year. And in this submission, I've identified them. Most of them are not in areas where there is a critical service delivery. Most of them are the following. Oh, I have issues here with that list. They are the following. I'm trying to trace a page. 25. Page 25. Now, page 23, I know the figures here are we tried to make it colored printing for clarity of the column that for the last 5 years I've been receiving reallocations, for 3 years, for 2 years. Now we have a project in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries for purchase of tractors. For purchase of tractors. I'm the one speaking, sir. Yeah.
Amero, can we allow you to come and continue presenting? let's allow the member to present.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The tractors, money has been allocated for whatever from the allocation schedule of 6 something billion for purchase of tractors. We've been constantly making a case. Is where the rationale for these tractors? Who gets them? And if you are taking away money for electricity, let us first provide electricity for our people. And we are saying we stay this allocation because we've been funding this project for the last 3-4 years. And the tractors are nowhere to be seen. So we are saying 26 billion. We are saying money that has consistently gone.
Honorable members, listen to the member presenting.
Listen,
If you want to speak, go to the corridor.
Money that has consistently gone to the Inspectorate of Government, IGG, should be allocated 14 billion. Money that has gone to the National Planning Authority. These are things in Kampala for planning, the UNDP, blah, blah. We can have electricity, and this one we'll do next year. Law Development Center, Directorate of DIGAL. This one, since I was in the Defense Committee, these fellows get the allocation. For all the 7 years I've been in the budget, DIGAL gets the allocation. National Planning Authority gets the allocation. UBOS gets the allocation. The National Intelligence Authority gets the allocation. I've collected all those monies from all those agencies that have no direct bearing to service delivery. And you are cutting money for electricity. We don't give them the reallocation. We restore the 100 billion for electricity. And I'm going to provide a list of those agencies.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with that, and I mean well for everyone, with that, I invite Honorable Semuju and to deal with the rest with part 2.
Honorable members, as I told you, all these reports are informative. They are informative. Where you cannot make any changes, they will inform us on what to do in the next financial year. Yes. I am saying they are informative. The budget, it helps us. And that's why I will not put a vote on the minority report, because you need that information. If you put a vote and it is voted out, then it will be thrown out. Honorable Semuju. Honorable members, can we listen?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi. I begin with the 9.0, President's Office, vote 001. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the Constitution under Article 98 creates the President and provides for his or her election in Article 103. Article 99 of the Constitution states that the President shall safeguard this Constitution and promote the welfare of citizens. The President under the Constitution works or is supposed to work for the sole purpose of promoting the welfare of citizens, not himself or his family. In the proposed budget for the financial year 2023-2024, vote 001 Office of the President has been allocated, provided 239 billion shilling. Of course, this figure changes if you look at the second agenda. This money is to facilitate the President to work as the Constitution mandates him to promote the welfare of citizens.
I have provided that figure for you to see what that money will do. The first item on the table, official ceremonies and functions, 43.7 billion shilling. You can read the table by yourself. I propose that we reduce this budget under President's office by 82 billion shilling. Why? This money for ceremonies and classified expenditure is a candidate for reallocation. How on earth can we provide for 43 billion shilling for ceremonies when the road network in the capital city has broken down? The money for ceremonies should be spent on repairing roads in Kampala and Wakiso. In Tanzania, for your information, late President Magufuli, the only activity he undertook on the independence of Tanzania was a speech, and he said the money should be used to do roads in Dar es Salaam. I go to vote 002 State House. The total budget for the residence of the president in this budget before the second core agenda was 417.9 billion. This means that every day the president and his family, because they are the ones staying in the State House, they spend 1.1 billion. They spend 47.7 million per hour and 795,000 per minute. To put it even more clearly, for every 2 minutes, you can count now, every 2 minutes, they are spending 1.5 million every 2 minutes. This parliament will be in breach of the constitution if it passes a budget that allows the president to illegally swim in luxury at the expense of the citizens' welfare. The Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act 1998 provides the salary, allowances, and benefits to the president. When budgeting for the president and his family, this law applies. Unfortunately, the previous parliament—
There's an order from Cecilia.
Right Honorable Speaker, the member holding the floor is talking about the expenditure for a family, the president and his wife. The information we have officially is that the president receives only 3.6 million salary per month. Now, is the member in order to impute that the president is spending all these billions when actually the president only receives officially 3.6 million shillings per month? Is the member in order?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Office of the President, a vote is a statutory vote. And the money that is just like Parliament, money that is allocated there can only be discussed by specific committee statutory. Just like you don't discuss about your vote of Parliament. But let Honorable Semuju continue.
Madam Speaker, the Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act 1998, I am on page 32, provides a salary, allowances, and other benefits to the president. When budgeting for the president and his family, this law applies. Unfortunately, the previous parliaments have not guided themselves on what the president and his family is or are entitled to legally. I have, for that purpose, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, attached a schedule of what the benefits of the president and his family are. And you can straight go to that table. The point the Honorable Cecily Ogwal makes, the salary of the president in first schedule in that law remains 3.6. The list is long. I may not have to go into the whole list. But please take note that anything that you give to the president and his family, either in excess or below what the law provides, is illegal. Because the makers of the law knew that there will be a president and a family. That's why they are providing even for his children, for education, for a trip outside. Do not be tempted to provide beyond. In the future, you are going to be arrested for the money that you are just splashing. So that schedule is schedule 1 in the Presidential and Emoluments and Benefits Act. I don't have to read it. I now want to draw your attention, Madam Speaker, and the House, to the budget that has been provided for the president and his family, and for you to compare whether it complies with the Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act. Details are on the table that follows. For a quick reference, donations, 137 billion shilling. Classified expenditure, including money for Wawogo, 120 billion. Travel abroad.
There's an order. Eddie.
Has he finished his Mabat problems?
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I take cognizance that this house is a very serious house.
Honorable members, is free sitting. I can see. You don't have to stand like you're looking after cows. Kakumi, remove this side. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order, and I want to state for the record that is obvious to us that this is a very serious house. This is a National Assembly, Parliament of Uganda, where whether you sneeze, whatever you say here is captured on the record for generations to come. I actually said it is obvious. And is restating the
Member,
obvious
stop heckling.
is for
listen to
emphasis.
the member.
If you know it, probably I knew it before you do. Is it in order for us to debate in this house? We are considering a national budget to drag in names of individuals who are
Honorable members, listen.
Right Honorable Speaker, we either debate logically or we go illogically. Is it in order for us to start bringing in the names of people that are not in this house to defend themselves?
Honorable members. Honorable OO. Honorable both. In the report, it's indicated that Mr. Robogo appeared before the committee. And if he appeared before the committee, the only thing that I don't see in the budget is a company showing Robogo. It is not indicated. But if he appeared in the committee, I cannot stop anybody from mentioning a person who appeared in the committee. But the figure that is the figure that they are saying was given to Rabogo is not what I am seeing here. And I don't see the name of Rabogo in the report. Maybe I hear from the chair.
Right Honorable Speaker and members. The person Rabogo appeared to the committee to give a committee some insight on export promotion. He had a team and they had a number of products they were trying to give us the vision. If we invested in value addition, would earn a lot of income. One of them was coffee, there was fish, there was beef, milk. So they gave just that insight to the committee and we received the information. However, as far as these estimates are concerned, there is nothing allocated to what Rabogo spoke about. Information.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, appearing before the committee is not a crime. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have interfaced with many people, with many agencies, headed by people whose names also could be mentioned. Picking one person's name is really demonizing the process of promoting the exports in Uganda.
James?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I have said if Rabogo appeared before the committee, it has no problem.
Yeah.
Me, what I don't see an allocation to Rabogo.
Exactly. So the information I wanted to relate to my chair is that
and if you're talking about vote 2, President's office, is it vote? State House? Talk about State House.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I think let's debate the national budget. Let's not debate individuals.
Let's talk about State House.
Madam Speaker,
can you summarize? Members, can you summarize?
I am finishing. There are things that happen in a committee that we don't want to bring here. For example, when Rabogo came to Munyonyo, Honorable Kaberuka was almost kneeling down to greet him. This one here.
Now, can we stop that? Is that what we are supplying today?
And we don't want to say those things. That's why I want to concentrate on the report.
Honorable
Madam Speaker,
the
law provides for
let it be substance over form.
Yeah, I agree, Madam.
I need some substance from you.
Madam Speaker, I have provided a table. You see and I want to invite members of parliament.
Read what is in your document.
That's what I'm reading, Madam.
Read what is in the document.
I want to invite members of parliament to begin looking at the voluminous revenue estimates. The Honorable Kanya has a copy. They are too voluminous. Before you pass figures, you need to look at the details. That's why some people are uncomfortable when you begin mentioning names, because they are used to just a smaller report. Go to these voluminous books and read them. Madam Speaker, I have provided a table there. The law provides for one resident. You can see this is one volume. They are about 4. If you don't read them when you are debating budget, keep quiet. Madam Speaker, the law provides for one residence, State House. The president operates 2 residences. Go back to the law on Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act. It provides for one residence to the president.
Which residences are those?
You have told me to read the report. Can I read, Madam? The president operates 2 residences at Nakasero and Entebbe illegally. That's why his electricity bill at 500 million and water bill at 500 million per year is bigger than a big factory like roofings. Whatever they are manufacturing at State House, Allah knows. Honorable members, I would like to draw your attention to other items to be funded under State House. There is 550 million shilling to buy clothes. The same amount was provided
Can
last
you-
year.
He's
This
reading
means
the
we are
report.
spending on
He's
average.
reading.
I am reading the report.
He's reading the report. Honorable Minister, sit down.
The same amount was provided last year. This means we are spending on average 1 million shilling on President Yoweri Museveni's clothes every day. Our president is not a staff from Hollywood, requiring to change wardrobe every day. He's the president of a poor country. Why buy him clothes worth 350 million every year? What happened to the clothes that we bought last year? We are providing 600 million shilling for furniture. We provided the same amount last year. This residence has won
Honorable
itself
members,
the
you'll have time to debate that report.
We are providing 600 million shilling for furniture. The same amount was provided last year. This residence has won itself a place in the history of Uganda. The beds in public health facilities are not there, but the president is buying clothes and furniture every year. We are providing 7.8 billion for agriculture supplies. We are also providing another 184 million for veterinary services. Did the president turn State House into a farm without the knowledge of the country? Parliament must be sure that we are not the ones providing funding for President Yoweri Museveni's private farms in Chisos and Rwakitura. To make matters worse, he has provided himself with 120 billion shilling for classified expenditure at his residence. That we have spoken about earlier, I can skip. The president has a duty not to abuse the State House, but if he chooses to do so, this parliament is an obligation to stop him. President Museveni despised the former president Rukongo Abinaisa for turning State House into what he called the clearing house. He has now surpassed him. In fact, Mr. Museveni has turned the State House into an enterprise for himself and his family. Remember, Vote 002, which is State House, started around 1997 with just about 12 billion shilling. Last year, it hit $1 trillion. State House budget was last year, the money we appropriated here, 682 billion. Another 150 billion has been provided in the classified, in the supplementary expenditure. The budget on donation, 137 billion under State House, falls under what the president called cheap popularity in his April 3rd, 2023 letter to Prime Minister Honorable Nabanja and copied to all MPs. He said distribution of items such as iron sheet is cheap popularity, and under NRA code, it is subversive. It therefore violates the NRA code and is classified as subversive in his letter. The NRA should tell Parliament why it has not arrested its officer RO001 Genome 7 for distribution of khaki brown envelopes in search of cheap popularity. Genome 7 should be court-martialed, in fact. I therefore propose that the president and his family are given only 1 billion shilling under State House for their welfare. The extra 400 billion should be used to fund priorities in the health sector. You need to go to Murago. They get water in the night. By midday.
Is that in the report?
I am illustrating.
Go to the report.
Madam Speaker.
Go to the next vote.
The money meant for luxury under State House should be used to fund the priorities in the health sector that have not been provided for. The funding gap is at 700 billion shilling. That's what our committee was able to provide. Office of the Prime Minister. This office has been allocated 222 billion. The Prime Minister, according to Article 101A of the Constitution, is charged with the following responsibility. Shall be the lead of government business in Parliament and be responsible for the coordination and implementation of government policies across ministries, departments, and public institutions. The Prime Minister is therefore at the heart of running the state. This Parliament is aware that the current Prime Minister, right now she's hiding in Kakumiro, remains a suspect in the case of disappearing of iron sheets meant for Karamoja. Not only did she fail to coordinate and implement the distribution of iron sheets to Karamoja, but she personally took 3,000 iron sheets. Her deputies, Honorable Rebecca Kadaga and Honorable Kikiana Kadama, also shared. I would like to remind this Parliament that money for Karamoja iron sheets and got 339 billion shilling was passed by this parliament in a supplementary request. I would like, it cannot be the same parliament now placing a whole 222 billion shilling in the hands of those who have feasted on the 39. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you owe it to the country. The colleagues involved in this case have demonstrated inability to supervise public funds. The president wrote to the prime minister and copied that letter to all of us. He accused his own ministers of theft and subversion. He actually promised action. I therefore propose that the budget for the office of the prime minister, save for the salaries of staff, be withheld until the president has taken his promised political action. There is no way this parliament will place money in the hands of suspects who are hiding. They are not even sitting in office. And below, I reproduce what is already in the letter that each one of you has. Moreover, there was even a proposal from the accounting officer of that department, late Keith Mwakanizi, that this department must be restructured immediately. Honorable members, I would like to remind you that the two ministers for Karamoja, the Honorable Kitutu and her deputy, have already been charged and have slept in Luzira. That ministry is at the moment without a minister or a deputy because the two were just granted temporary freedom to go to hospital and to visit law chambers. On page 67 of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, 4.7 billion has been provided for this Ministry of Karamoja Affairs and budget output, that number. This parliament should not send money to a ministry that at the moment is crumbling. Our money should not crumble with the ministry. I invite parliament to look at section 11G of the Public Finance and Management Act. In the case of civil servants, the law does not allow anyone to be appointed an accounting officer if he has accountability issues. It states, an appointee or a designated accounting officer in accordance with this act, except that the secretary to the treasury shall not appoint a designate or designate a person an accounting officer where, according to the report of an internal auditor, auditor general, or the auditor general, that person has not accounted for the public resources or assets of the vote for a financial year. This parliament should apply the same and similar standards when it comes to public resources. A minister, prime minister who has issues of accountability must not be allowed anywhere near public resources. As I finish, Madam Speaker, the final one, the government chief whip. This office of whips is the creation of the Administration of Parliament Act and our rules of procedure. There are 7 political parties in this parliament, all of them with whips. In the budget of the office of Prime Minister, there is 2 billion shilling for the exclusive use of the NRM whip. He's being provided with 800 million shilling for donation, 150 million to maintain his cars, 100 million to fuel his cars, 815 million for inland travels, 100 for security and guards, 130 million shilling for special drinks and meals. This is not the only whip in this parliament. The opposition whip is here and other whips are not provided with these facilities, yet they are doing the same thing under the law. I am inviting parliament to withhold the approval of this money. Finally, the president, while speaking at the requiem mass of our late colleague, he said we should not be providing money for guards because we turn them into mercenaries. What therefore should follow is the removal of any money for guards in the budget. You can see I have provided information here. The NRM whip has 100 million shilling for his guards. The prime minister has 800 million shilling for his guards. The president himself, who said we should not provide money, has put 2.5 billion for his guards. I don't know whether this government speaks to itself. One person says this, another does the other. Madam Speaker, honorable members, thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Semuju and Honorable Chivumbi and the chair. The office of the Prime Minister, vote 003. One thing I need to clarify is it's not personal to holder. It's an office. And because it is an office, today Honorable Nabanja is the Prime Minister, tomorrow it can be Honorable Honorable Semuju. So it is not personal, and the money should be given to the office because it is not personal. I want a clarification on this, on government chief whip. Aren't we doing double accounting? Aren't we doing a double accounting on the government chief whip? If there is money released from OPM and then there's money released from Parliamentary Commission, isn't that double accounting?
Madam Speaker, the question you are asking is very pertinent. If it is true,
now we need to go and verify whether what has been said is correct on the figures, because as Parliamentary Commission, we support the government chief whip, the opposition whip. So that's what we need to confirm on the amounts. Members, when we are talking about budgeting, we talk about figures.
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. And it is important that we don't lose anything when we listen, when some of us are talking about these matters. Madam Speaker, double counting is something irregular. And I want to undertake that we are going to cross-check. If we find that the item being talked about amounts to double counting, we shall definitely eliminate it from the books.
Thank you. On the issue of the gold, I want us to answer these questions one by one. On the issue of the gold, minerals.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The report says hardly any revenues. It is true, there are hardly any revenues generated from the minerals which have been highlighted here. One, Dongsong Energy Group of Company Limited, producing fertilizer. That factory is not operational. It went through financial challenges and there is no production. And there could be, that actually shows there is no revenue that's expected on a non-functional factory. MS Sunbelt, marble blocks.
So you're saying it is non-functional?
It is not functional.
And the report is saying it is functional, fully functional.
It is not true. It is not functional. It had financial challenges and is currently closed. In Tororo.
Honorable Angora, if it is in Tororo, can we get a confirmation? And let our research assistants also not just get information from the corridors. Or you know the factory.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Dongsong Company was one of the flagship projects that the government supported to produce 5 key products: fertilizer, iron ore, glass, as among others. It is started with a lot of vigor, but to date, as we speak, the bushes have overgrown the factory. It has financial challenges, and I think government is trying to see how to create a partnership and look for other investors to work with those who are there to support the factory to come up again. It is not functional.
So it is not functional. Yes.
So marble, MS Sunbelt, marble blocks, slabs, tiles, and etc. It is reported here it is fully functional. To the best of the ministry's knowledge, this factory was licensed to get into an operational state. Currently, it is not functional. So this is also not true.
Next.
The next one is African Panther Resources Limited, 10O. There was a government issued a ban on export of raw minerals. We wanted all our minerals to be added value to. The 70% purity, which is stated here, is not yet to a level of export. And this is because of our government ban on exports of minerals. So they're actually producing, but there is no revenue that's being earned because it is meant for export.
Can I hear from Ekanya? Ekanya? Ekanya, give me information on all because I know you're one of them.
10.
Madam Speaker, minerals attract different forms of revenue to government. There is royalty that also goes to the consolidated fund account. There is Madam Speaker, minerals attract different forms of taxes. There's royalty, which goes consolidated fund account, which the government must collect, whether you import, you export, or add value domestically. Therefore, the minister needs to tell us what's happening with the royalty. Then there is export levy, which is charged by Uganda Revenue Authority for export purpose. Then there is income tax at the end of the financial year. So all this, are you telling us, Madam Speaker, is the minister telling us that we get zero in all this?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
That's an interesting submission. The miners are not doing business. So where do they get the money to pay those taxes? They are not functional.
Honorable members, what the minister is saying, there was a ban on exportation. There was a ban. I'll leave you to debate. Let's hear from the minister. Next.
The next one is Namankara vermiculite mine. Current production stands at 30,000 tons per year from 150. Namankara deposit is considered the world-class vermiculite deposit. It is true, it is the world-class, but look at the drop on production. And the title said, hardly. It means there's some taxes which are actually accruing from this, not to the expected level of revenue. Look at the title, hardly any, but means this one dropping from 150 to 30,000 is actually something which is, it is paying, but not to the expected level. Wagagai Mining Limited, it has got 9.24 square kilometers and is in Busia. That mining is actually under construction. There is no work going on. And we have not even given them the electricity which they are asking for. We are going to provide them with a line to enable them add value.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, this takes us to the report the Leader of Opposition asked for. You're going to be on the order paper of Tuesday and give us a report on the exemptions that you gave in your ministry. And you need to bring the inside and lay on table that gave you permission to do that. So we are going to discuss the issue of the minerals on Tuesday.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Listen. James. James. When you're in the house, respect decorum. Please. I will also ask you to kneel down. Honorable members, Minister, do you have what to say? Can we hear from the chairperson on the issues that have been raised?
Thank you, Right Honorable.
And I'm just a kind reminder, these reports are informative.
Right Honorable.
Let's hear from him, then you. There is a procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Wouldn't it be procedural okay if it pleases you that this do not appear like a sparring session between the chair and the shadow minister, that you allow debate so that the chairperson responds at once to all emerging issues to avoid a monologue of sorts, so to speak, if it pleases you.
He has a clarification to make, so you let him first make his clarification.
Thank you, Right Honorable. On matters, I thank also my colleagues for the minority submitted and the report. Colleagues, let's all remember that the Budget Committee is a committee of this Parliament, and whatever the Budget Committee processes is referred to the committee by the floor. Sector committees scrutinize these estimates and present the reports to the floor. The reports are referred to the Budget Committee just for reconciliation and consolidation. Nothing appears in our report that is not within what's adopted by the floor. Colleagues, I would like to respond issues like budget support. Our colleagues raised that the amounts are declining. Budget support, these are grants and loans. If they are declining, don't we celebrate? Because it's reducing our debt. And also we have to understand the parts for concessional going up. We did mention in our report that there are reasons why these non-concessional loans are taking stride. Because if we are getting loans, the lenders have also faced shocks. When shocks hit the world, even the lenders get affected. So the lenders are less willing to lend. They can only lend based on the terms which can accommodate their level of risk. Because if you are lending where there is a lot of uncertainty in the world economic, global economies, you lend only when the terms, the benefits seem to be convincing. So that's why the non-concessional loans are now start growing, because the lenders, even their businesses, their internal generations are not doing very well. So they raise the interest. So that's where we are. So the problem is the capacity. Do we have the capacity to reduce the concession and non-concessional? That's where the trouble comes. Clarification.
Chair, you've attempted to explain why we cannot get concessional loans or why the burden of non-concessional loans is growing. I'm acutely aware Uganda has a drawing rights with International Monetary Fund up to $1 billion, which is a concessional facility, and we could not fully exploit it because the country was supposed to undertake reforms. As the budget committee attempted to ensure the Ministry of Finance fulfills with the proposals which were put to the ministry, so that going forward, we can be able to benefit from very concessional facilities.
Thank you, colleague, for that question. I think this one, Minister of Finance, the implementer, has the information up to date on that. I think, Right Honorable, if Honorable Minister can chip in for that, it would give an update.
Let me first hear from Honorable Angora, then the Minister comes in.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think my colleague has mixed the two, non-concessional and concessional funding. The challenge that we are experiencing is arising from our major development partners, the funders, that is the World Bank, IMF, who have been giving us non-concessional funding. And that is why concession. Now we are now moving to expensive funding. And I thought that is what the Minister of Finance will have to clarify further, but based on many circumstances that could be arising from the shocks coming from COVID, arising from the challenges that we're experiencing from Ukraine. So the funding will continue to reduce. And that is where, as a country, we should start looking at how to generate local revenue, expand our revenue base, and see how we can reduce on the interest payments going forward. Thank you.
Budget. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I need to update Honorable Guzuli that it is true we received special drawing rights amounting to $1 billion for budget support and specifically to mitigate the economic impacts of COVID. We have since drawn these rights to the extent of $750 million. We are left with 250 million. So it is not true that we are not utilizing these special drawing rights. And the service level agreement we are talking about, yes, we had several engagements with IMF and we agreed, and now everything is going as we had planned.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable. I move now the corporations and state enterprises. Colleagues, the committee analyzed truly and found out, as it's mentioned in the main report, that some corporations have not yet fulfilled the requirement as per the law. So when we interrogated, we found a situation whereby we thought we appropriate the funds and have the oversight role of our sector committees where these enterprises fall, be followed up.
Chair.
So
what was your basis of allocation? If they have not told you what they want, how did you allocate that money?
Right, Honorable. The money which they brought for allocation, in the estimates, is what was appropriated. And really, the reports came from the floor to the committee. So where there are non-disclosure issues, we check the substance and the legal form and find that in order not to cause paralysis, this money be appropriated. That's what we pray. However, let's all be informed that the committee does work on behalf of Parliament. So we bring our report and the Parliament will take a decision. So we are not a dictatorship. So
Can we first hear from the minister on that? What does the law say about giving your budget estimates to Parliament vis-a-vis appropriation? And what are you going to do as a ministry? Are you going to give money to the entities that they did not ask for?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Budgeting is a process. And right now we are at the tail end of the process. For me, I wonder how at this stage we pick a figure which has not been in our first budget called Statutory, second budget called Statutory, neither in our minutes of the engagements we have had in this parliament. So to me, that figure is irregular, and we can deal with it in that regard.
So we pass the budget and you have to deal it administratively. I am asking, you are not the ones to answer me.
Madam Speaker, the debate can continue as we consult on how to deal with it.
Honorable Salira.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I am shocked that the Minister for Finance can even think about a debate continuing on this matter. What we are talking about is a constitutional issue. So how are we going to proceed when there is a flagrant violation of the Constitution? And I would like to invite the Minister for Finance to address his mind specifically to Article 156 of the Constitution. Address your mind to Article 156 of the Constitution. Address your mind to Section 14 of the Public Finance Management Act. Contextualize those two legal provisions with the submission you are making. There is a fundamental flaw that must be addressed, because you see, if you don't address it, then we are going to have a constitutional crisis. So I want to ask that you address it, Right Honourable Speaker, on the position raised in the minority regarding allocations that have no foundation in terms of budgetary estimates and how the figures found their way here in light of the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act.
Yes, Chair.
Right, Honorable. Not all these corporations require funding from government. Now, the ones which require funding are those who are under subvention. They earn money from some activities. So the law requires them to submit their entire budget. Now, how does it come in? While the sectors were interrogating, they found it necessary to allocate some monies to this corporation.
To the subventions.
As subventions. And that came to this floor. It was debated and adopted. So that's what comes for allocation. So how the debate went on at that time is what the debate led to recommending those allocations.
Thank you. I am now opening the debate. I will start with for 20 minutes. I will start with Mehdi. There is a procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, at the beginning or during the presentation of the report, you made guidance that these reports are informative. And you also stated that nothing will change.
I think you had it wrong.
That's why I want clarification so that when we debate, we know where we are going. Madam Speaker, when we debate, in light of the rules that are provided in our rules of procedure, specifically Rule 151 and 152, this debate is supposed to inform how we supply. The debate we take here is supposed to inform how we supply the figures to specific votes in response to the concerns raised by the members. So where, for example, the members have concern that a certain sector, I will give the example of the current trend, the intern doctors are not provided for in the final figures presented by the budget committee. And the entire debate points to that direction, that the House wants more money to be added there and some money deducted. How will we proceed if we are not going to have powers to vary anything in this report? Madam Speaker, that should be quite clear brought to us.
The issue of the interns.
Madam Speaker, it's not only the it's not.
I am answering question by question.
Right, Honorable. With the available funding provided for interns is 10.8 billion shillings. But the required, the ideal, is about 80 billion shillings. So I am again being informed. I think the minister can clarify on that matter because
Chair, can you submit?
Right, Honorable. Among other issues which needed harmonization and reconciliation, we didn't receive as a committee any issue on interns. I'm saying among other issues that came from the floor, which were critical, the issue of interns did not arise. But however, funds were provided for the interns.
Honorable Chair, the issue of the interns was in the report of the Committee of Health, which was discussed and referred to Budget Committee. The issue of interns is a very, very, very serious matter. It's a very serious matter, and it was referred to your committee.
Okay, thank you for the guidance. So what we can say, the committee was able to allocate 10 billion, but we are allocating among competing priorities. So the flow here, what I would like to correct is, it's not that nothing can change in this report. This is a report to the flow. And the speakers to allow.
Madam Speaker, the point of order I'm relating is related to
Honorable Jonathan, the minister has some good information.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed the issue of the interns and the SHOs is very, very vital and a big concern. A petition came to your office. You pass it over to the committee. The members of parliament are also concerned. As Minister of Health, we are also concerned. The information I have is as cabinet and through the Right Honorable Prime Minister here, we discussed it and we agreed. My members of cabinet are here because it is of very big concern that finance by end of this week, we have 22 billion that is in areas for the interns that had already done their work. We have an outstanding of 80 billion for 1,091 interns that are yet to be deployed. As a minister, 1,091 to be exact. And the senior house officers. As of now, as a ministry, we have already prepared and we are ready to deploy the 1,091 in our 51 sites of deployment. Minister of Finance rightly saying we have provided 10 billion, which you rightly said is not enough. What is it now? The commitment by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Kasajja, and with all the members of cabinet having discussed the issue, committed himself that by end of this week, he is going to look for this money. I am giving information to the budget. I am giving information to the Minister of Finance who was there, that as a ministry, we are waiting for this money and we deploy the interns. So I thank you so much.
Honorable members, as we get the areas, we need what is sustainable for the whole period. So that's why we need to have it budgeted sufficiently. We need sufficient budgeting for the interns. Let's clear the 22 billion, which is supposed to be paid by end of this week. That is the areas. But we also need the money in the budget to sustain the whole stay of the interns. Yes. Now, members, when you take me on to procedures, then we shall not debate. If you want to debate, don't go into procedure. Just debate. Abur, what is your issue?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are appropriating for the financial year 2023-2024. And Right Honorable Speaker, I did listen to the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, raising a critical concern about interns. Right Honorable Speaker, when we budget based on some figures, which the Ministry of Health does not have. They do not know the number of interns. They do not even know the number that comes out, put into the labor market every academic year that comes out of various universities. Therefore, would it be, will we be proceeding right, Honorable Speaker? Right, Honorable Speaker, I need your protection.
Honorable members, sit.
And
Honorable Vur, this house passed a report on health. A petition was brought to my office and we referred it to the Committee of Health. There are 1,900 interns, and we know the figures that they are talking about. The 80 billion that they are mentioning is money that was returned in the last financial year. But the number of interns is known. Yes, Mehdi, Herbert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, 2 minutes.
And honorable members. Honorable members, I rise up definitely to issue and air out the views of the people in Kampala Metropolitan about the state of our infrastructure and its reflection in the national budget estimates that we have. As a house, we are here debating the same matter. The president has aired out his views, and also honorable members. I don't need to go back because the reflection or the mirror is outside there for all of us to see that our capital city and its metropolitan, to include Mokono, Wakiso, etc. is in a dire state. Whereas we contribute about 65% of the GDP of this nation, the reflection in form of benefit from the allocation is really still very meager. I've heard the proposals by the budget committee for an extra 33 billion. Yes, we can't say no. The Baganda say, and I quote Nyamantono Kayaneri Munkwawa, that even the little I said I quote, yes, I said I quote, and the little that you have, you can make argument when you first hold it. So when we get hold of it, yes, we appreciate, but we need more. And again, we are back to square one, Honorable Minister of Finance, the Honorable Musasizi, that an extra 33 billion cannot cater for new road reconstructions, not even maintenance of the drainage from the metropolitan. I know my friend Honorable Semuju from Kira, where most of you reside, I think including Honorable Musasizi. But I've seen you there attending some ceremonies. Don't hide. So the reality is that we all
Honorable Medi, you want to say that my members cannot reside in the central?
Oh no, they reside, including the Right Honorable Speaker who resides nearby the premises of Parliament. But the reality is our infrastructure is in dire state. And the provision for our infrastructure is really meager. If we want to collect more, we must demonstrate to the taxpayers that as they pay more taxes, we have a return towards them in form of services.
Thank you.
33 billion additional is a starting point, but it's meager. You have the non-aligned movement where you're going to host over 90 leaders, heads of state. Look at the state of the road of Salama. Look at the state of all the roads in Kampala. It's dire. Let's share this responsibility in order to demonstrate to our countrymen that we care. When they pay their taxes, we care and we respond in the form of services. The state of Chirudu Hospital, etc. And finally, the ICT sector. Nothing provided for. It is dire. We are talking about unemployment, but if we want to curb the issue of unemployment, let us respond more to the ICT sector that can help our people perform work remotely, enhance students to do their work remotely, use the internet infrastructure very well, and we promote employment that we cannot give them. Today we are talking of interns in the medical field. Tomorrow we'll be talking about interns in the education sector, interns in the engineering sector, and the Pandora open to that extent. We might come back crying the next time.
Thank
so,
you.
Honorable members, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for
Thank
the time
you.
allocated.
Albert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have had the report, the majority report and the minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, the discretionary amount for spending in the coming financial year is 25.16 trillion. And this has been reduced by the minority report of 7.55 trillion, 17.6 trillion. Right Honorable Speaker, the report or the committee did not go further to make an analysis that out of this 17.61 trillion, how much is for consumptive expenditure and how much is for investment expenditure. Because if we have discretionary expenditure of 17 trillion and we have consumptive expenditure of the same amount and nothing money will be put into investment, then this country is not going very far. We need an analysis to know how much is consumptive, how much will be spent in travel abroad, how much is going to be spent on workshops, and we see, and then we know how much is the investment that will prepare the growth of this country. Otherwise, what Honorable Mujisha was saying, that we are showing a rosy picture, but what is felt in our pockets, in our communities is not there. It's because we are looking at the description expenditure of 17.5 trillion, which is going to be spent in consumptive expenditure. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
ICT, correct the name on the screen, is called Taeva Habat. Taeva Habat. Eddie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to appreciate the committee for working around the clock to make sure that this report is presented. Right Honorable Speaker, I have looked through both the recurrent expenditure and the budget. And I have seen a number of universities Last year, but one, government took over Busoga University as a public university. But Honorable Speaker, as we appropriate, I don't see any reflection of Busoga University. Whereas we appreciate what the government is doing to make sure that education is implemented, especially higher education. But Busoga as a region doesn't have any public university. So I'm calling upon government to come up and explain to us why Busoga University has been dropped. It doesn't reflect anywhere in this budget. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Solomon Silwanyi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the
Madam Speaker, yesterday we identified an irregularity which relates to the certificate of financial implication that should have accompanied the core agenda, and today the matter was addressed. Today, we're observing from the reports that there's non-compliance with the law, the Constitution, and Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act. And my colleague who just submitted earlier on has clearly highlighted the disparity in figures in relation to the discretionary amount available in this budget. Madam Speaker, these are all matters which require time to examine. The member on the floor is going to debate a report of a committee which debate has not complied with the rule 204, which requires that for a report of a committee on a bill to be debated, it must be laid and actually uploaded on the systems at least 3 days before. And the members attempting to do this when the speaker has not exercised her discretion in accordance with the same rule, rule 204, 6, A, B. So is the member in order to continue to debate when we are not proceeding in accordance with the rule?
Which member were you saying? But it's not the only one who was debated. Even the report has been presented, and I gave a ruling and said, let's have a debate on this. And if you want us to say we are suspending the rule, and let's have a debate and pass the bill. I mean, pass the budget. It is not entrenched. So you suspend it. Get up and suspend. Move a motion.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, bearing in mind, sometimes courts have ruled against bills that are passed by this parliament for failure to comply with the rules. I therefore move in accordance with Rule 16 that Rule 204 be suspended to allow debate to proceed so that we are compliant with the law. I beg to move.
Is it seconded? Seconded? It is seconded by the whole House. Let the debate continue now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to support the majority report, and I want to thank the committee for the elaborate report that they have presented. And my issues, Right Honorable Speaker, are basically in health. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the allocation to Ministry of Health and to different referral hospitals, it does not depict what is on ground, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Mulago National Referral Hospital is in dire state, but when you look at the amount of money that has been given to Mulago, that has been given to the different regional referral hospitals, it is not commensurate
to what Ugandans need. Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament should allay itself to the truth and the facts on ground that we need to sort out the health sector in this country, right Honorable Speaker. And the only time we can sort out the health sector is budgeting. We are talking about the intern medical doctors who are doing a lot of work, right Honorable Speaker, but even the infrastructure in the hospitals, the medicine. When you look at the budget, when you compare the budget that is going to Ministry of Defense, the budget that is going to different sectors and health, you find that there is a lot of money, right Honorable Speaker, going to defense than the Ministry of Health. I think, right Honorable Speaker, we should prioritize health because the health for our community, the health for the population, a healthy country is definitely a strong country, right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore want to propose that when we reach the committee stage, when we are relocating, some monies be removed from other sectors that are not very vital and we transfer, right Honorable, to the health sector.
Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable colleague, for giving way to give information to the health sector.
No.
As the Shadow Minister of Health.
Sit. Can you finish? Have you finished? He's giving him as who are you the speaker?
Right Honorable Speaker.
You're going to speak.
Right Honorable Speaker, those are the basic issues I wanted to mention, right Honorable Speaker, that we do relocations because this parliament has power to save this country. This parliament has power to give the health sector of the Republic of Uganda money, right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Honorable member, Honorable Musasisi, the minister, what the honorable member is saying, much as we are going to pass the budget, we have a challenge, especially in the health sector. When you look at issues like those entities that you appropriated to when they didn't need money, you as finance have powers. This house is going to pass a resolution that the money should be reallocated in finance to those sectors that need money more. Yes.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I want to commit that if Parliament passes a resolution that we look for money to finance the health sector from within this budget, we shall comply with the resolution of Parliament.
Thank you. And you need to comply and make sure that the money is reallocated to health, Cancer Institute, Mulago. There are some wasteful expenditures that you can see in this budget. What you need to do is to do reallocation. Yes.
Madam Speaker, Doctor, I don't need to be informed on this subject. Madam Speaker, yes, like I will be making some observations as we conclude. I agree with you. There are some areas where some more work needs to be done, and we shall do the work with a view of funding the most critical areas, particularly health.
Honorable Asuman.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. I recall you had asked the Chief Whip to invite the Attorney General here. I don't know whether the chief whip is also acting attorney general, because the issue, oh, my brother has come, Honorable Kafuzi. Right on, Speaker, when you look at the report, and I want to draw the attention of the House to page 63. Page 63, right on, Speaker, on the allocation to the Ministry of Ethics, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity. Right on, Speaker, there is funding to a tune of 8.5 billion, and the justification is funding of pornography control committee activities. Right on, Speaker, the Constitutional Court has nullified the offense of pornography. The Attorney General has not appealed. There is nothing to control or to work on by that committee because the offense is not there. It was declared unconstitutional. That is the case of Center for Domestic Violence Prevention and 8 others. Constitutional petition number 13 of 2014. And now here, we are allocating 4.5 billion to that committee to do work for a non-existent offense. Right, Speaker, obviously at an appropriate time, I'm going to bring a private member's bill. Because you know, sometimes they are reluctant. I want to alert Right, Speaker at the House that this committee is virtually redundant. There is no offense, and this money, the 4.5 billion, is available for some other thing. Finally, from me, Right, Speaker, from this report, when you look at page 89, that's under vote 166. National Council of Sports has been given 47.4 billion. And in the report, the chairperson, the report talks about ring fencing. Unfortunately, in the annex, where the ring fence is supposed to be clarified as a detail, it is silent on it. In the report, you are talking about ring fencing. In the schedules, particularly Schedule A, there is no ring fencing indicated. And that's very important because, Right, Speaker, we have discussed ring fencing here for sports. And if you just make a mention in the body and in the annexure, you are quiet about it, there is a problem. It is something that must be clarified. And once it is clarified, the money should also be released. Yes, so Right, Speaker, I want to propose that the ring fence you talk about in page 89, and you say the details are in the schedules. In fact, you mentioned schedules. When you look at the schedules, nothing is mentioned. What you talk about under page 89 should be reflected in specific terms in the schedules as your report states, and the Hansard should be able to capture it. I thank you, Right, Speaker.
Honorable Chair, can you guide us on what is ring fenced and Schedule 5?
Right, Honorable. The whole schedule indicates how that money should be spent. That's what we mean by ring fencing it. So all of it is ring fenced to those particular areas. Now, the lawyer here is guiding us that we could make an amendment to the report, which I concede, so that it strengthened the spirit at which it's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. So the amendment is that Schedule Annex 5, it should be in line with the report. Should be read together with the report on ring fencing. Is that what the mover wants?
Right, Speaker, the annexures ought to be attached, but also on Schedule A, where there is recurrent budget estimates, and particularly page 89 that I mentioned. When you look at that vote, the 46.9 billion, this is where the annex should have indicated the ring fencing. So it should be attached and read as one and the same with this report, and that the Hansard should be able to capture that.
So the vote should be read, vote 166 should be read together with the annex.
Yes, the annexures.
Annexure 5 on the ring fencing.
Yes.
And he has considered, that's okay, thank you.
No, I have made a proposal for amendment
Doctor.
and you have considered, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to the budget. First and foremost, I thank the minority group for their report that has ably pointed out a major issue in the health sector, and that is to do with the interns and SHOs. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are gathered here this morning believing that we have a right to act on these budget estimates. We have decided to vacate the position or the impression that has been created that ours is only a duty to rubber stamp whatever has been brought before us. In that belief, Right Honorable Speaker, and as the Minister of Finance was also proposing that money be located somewhere and provided for the allowances of the interns and SHOs, I've looked at vote 167. That is the one to do with science, technology, and innovation. In that vote, there is 37 billion that is allocated to classified budget, specifically looking at logistical support and security. They can get the logistical support and security that is classified in nature from another agency that is handling even a bigger classified budget in the President's office, where actually this ministry resides. So this 37 billion, together with the 70 billion still in the same vote, which is for Day Biopharma Factory. This is a privately owned pharmaceutical industry that is presumed that it will manufacture pharmaceutical products, vaccines, for the benefit of Ugandans who can pay and buy. Now, for the time being, the pharmaceutical needs of Ugandans are catered for in the National Medical Stores vote. So we feel the Biopharma Factory can still get money from Uganda Development Bank and the Uganda Development Corporation. And if that is the case for this financial year, then these 70 billion can be redirected and also brought to the interns and SHOs. So in total, it will be 107 billion. That 107 billion will pay for the intern doctors, intern good medics. It will pay for the SHOs and the outstanding. That is the decision this House should take today, such that we exercise our right. It should not be a duty, but a right. If we do not do that, this is the implication. This will be the budget that will totally collapse the health sector service delivery in this country. Ugandans, when they're in hospitals, they buy medicine.
The decision has already been taken. Money is going to be given to health. Cow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've looked at the budget. I want to thank the Minister for accepting some flaws in the budget. I've looked at on page 86, development budget for local governments. Colleagues, we are all aware, we all come from local governments. They operate in very poor infrastructure. Some of them have no even where to sit. To me, I believe that the budget allocation given is insufficient. there should be some kind of level of improving on that budget. We also have an issue of cities. You have had our colleague of Kampala City Council. The scenario is the same all over the country. How I wish that the Minister of Finance and the committee should look at a way or means of improving on that budget. But I've also observed the minister is saying we have noted and we are going to improve. I believe the mandate of improving, of reallocation, should not be given the ministry. Should be by a committee, because I don't see how you can relocate yourself when at the same time you are the one who made the proposal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, as we discuss this budget, let's also be mindful of the resource envelope. Let's not talk like we have it all. JB.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to commend and thank the committee for the budget report. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is on at page 60 of the report of the committee. Specifically where there's going to be a shift and transfer of the road fund. There's a recommendation there in the column where all the road fund is being transferred to KCCA. The periodic to KCCA, yes. That's under vote 118, the Uganda Road Fund. The justification, there's a transfer of about 66 billion. It's going to be transferred to KCCA roads and drainage maintenance. Right Honorable Speaker, the road fund has been one thing that is helping us hold on to some of our roads which are not tarmacked in most of the districts up-country. This is totally unacceptable to transfer this money. Our roads right now are equally clogged and suffering with a lot of these drainage issues. These are Maram roads. This is murder to us, Right Honorable Speaker, that our roads shall totally be impassable. So I want to appeal to the committee to reverse this decision. I know there's a proposal to have the allocation of 1 billion, but that is even not sufficient, which is proposed by government. Even the man, if you look at the releases,
JP,
yes,
there is allocation of 1 billion. How much did you require? How much would be sufficient? No, I'm saying how much would be sufficient.
in a district would even need 2 billion to maintain these roads.
And where do we get the 2 billion?
So what we are saying, Right
Give
Honorable
us where we can get the money, then we can even allocate you 5 billion.
What I'm appealing, Right Honorable Speaker, is
Give
that
us
let the
where
money,
the money can come from.
that's okay. The money for the road fund has been there in the budget. Let's maintain the money for the road fund as we wait for the 1 billion. That's my appeal, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable and colleagues, the clarification I would do.
The clarification.
I would like to clarify that
Honorable members, listen.
there was a resolution.
We had a resolution in this house
resolution in the house.
that every district should be given 1 billion shillings
Yes.
straight to the local government. The problem, most of you don't come to the house. The resolution, the money for the rural fund, rural road fund is intact. But this one of 1 billion going to each district is there, is what they have sent. It is out of a resolution of this house.
Honorable Speaker, you are perfectly correct. We resolved to allocate each district 1 billion on top of what the districts have got in the road fund. Now, you'll get a district like Tambala, let me be exact, has been getting about 380 billion before the provision.
Million.
308 million in the road fund for road maintenance for the district. Our resolution that on top of that, each district gets an additional 1 billion going forward annually for road maintenance. Now, the argument of members is that in the best,
Honorable, on top of that, getting the 1 billion, but the 1 billion goes to the local government.
Yes.
Which all of you are either chairpersons of the road committee or whichever. Now, that's where you need to exercise your oversight role. Oversight role. But if you're going to receive this money and just sleep on your duty, then the problem is you, the leaders.
The argument of the member is that the money in the base that has been used by the road fund to provide that money that has been in the base is being reduced by 66 billion to cater for roads in Kampala. To cater for roads in Kampala. Now, what the parliament can decide is that we have given 1 billion and taken away the other 300, 500 districts have been having. The argument of the members is that government, we have an urgent need to address the infrastructure in Kampala. Kampala said they needed 800 billion annually.
Honorable Medi, have respect for the minister.
The KCC said they needed 800 billion annually allocation for the next 10 years to be able to fix the road infrastructure. But the argument of the members is that the money the district has been having should stay intact and we add on the 1 billion. Government must find a way of consistently funding the infrastructure in Kampala and the neighboring district in a Marshall Plan that will, for once and for all, address the infrastructure, because even in the 30, even if you take the 60 out of 100, it will not be able to fix the challenge.
Honorable Medi.
Thank you, honorable
There's
members.
a procedural matter first.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to raise on a procedural matter. When you look at the budget, right, Honorable Speaker, there is a government policy that was passed in this country, right, Honorable Speaker, and has always been debated in this parliament, that every sub-county is going to have a city school and every sub-county should have a health center, right, Honorable Speaker. But when you look at the budget, right, Honorable Speaker, there are areas where you find that one sub-county. Can you allow me to drive my point?
Honorable member, the member is on procedure. We are debating the budget.
Yes. Right,
we are
Honorable
debating
Speaker.
the budget. Each person has his views. You proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the protection and the wise judgment. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising, when you look at the budget, there are areas where one sub-county is having like 2 city schools, a city school, a health center, upgrade of health centers. Yes, some areas and constituencies totally have nothing, Right Honorable Speaker. Therefore, the procedure matter I'm raising, would it be procedural, right, Honorable Speaker, at this stage, to allow us at least every constituency to relocate instead of having 2 in one constituency, that each constituency gets, Right Honorable Speaker. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to propose.
Listen.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to propose. For example, when you look at vote 830, this vote is Wiyende district. The construction of Wiyanja City School and the upgrade of Ndolwa Health Center 3 and from Health Center 2 to Health Center 3, and that is on page 76. Right, Honorable Speaker, all these 2 are in Budiope West, one constituency. I therefore want to propose that instead, one of them, the construction of Ndolwa Health Center 2 to Health Center 3 goes to Kagulu Health Center 2, and Kagulu Health Center 2 be upgraded to Health Center 3 instead of doing 2 things in one constituency, Right Honorable Speaker.
Chair.
We are not touching the figure, but we are just changing the word that
Chair.
there is a balance in the constituencies and each constituency gets a government program, right, Honorable Speaker?
Chair.
Right Honorable and colleagues, I think the issue the members mentioned is the issue of balancing, which is of course very paramount. So the proposal, if it is taken, I concede.
So we are from, instead of Dolwa Health Center 2, we are putting Kagulu Health Center 2. Mehdi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, yes, there's a procedural matter from the minister. Procedural matter.
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, for us to reach where we have reached today, there has been a lot of work which has taken place. Honorable colleagues, we know what work ministries do in consultation with local governments. For instance, I want to give a case study of my own county where I come from. The Minister of Health and our team went to the district and carried out specific monitoring on the state of the health facility in my area. In their own report is here. I have a health center which is condemned. At the same time, I have challenges of other infrastructure in other sectors. So for us to come here, then we begin to say that the work which the technical team has undertaken in consultation with the local government should be done at this last minute. Honorable members, I kindly request that maybe should begin with effect of next financial year's budget. But as of now, Madam Speaker, we are going to distort. It is going to create us a big problem, which in my considered opinion, we might not be able to handle.
Honorable member.
I thank you.
Honorable Minister, the issue of change of that hospital has been done. You cannot reverse it. It is done.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I can see that we've reached a moment where every man for oneself and God for us all. And the reality—
Honorable members, can we finish? I am going to put a question and we'll go
and
to
the
next
reality
thing.
is that, right Honorable Speaker, I've stated clearly in my first submission that what we've been given as your capital is much less than what we require. And that was the resolution of this House. And that we contribute 65% of the GDP, okay, of the taxes that you want to supply today. And that we all agree, okay, and that we all agree that whereas we all have to develop in a systematic manner, we have to address the issue of the capital and the metropolitan. Just recently, last week, we were here.
Honorable Mehdi, you have spoken. Can we have Dr. Bedi?
Thank you, right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I largely represent farmers, and the majority of the members of parliament in this parliament, our voters and our people are farmers. This budget expense, which we are considering today, provides less than 3% of the budget to the farmers. Right Honorable Speaker, in this parliament, we passed a resolution that the Minister of Finance will provide for money for coffee seedlings to the nursery operators. The amount of money is 42 billion. I don't see any provision in this budget
The nursery operators, they have borrowed money from the banks. They are taking their properties. There is zero money. Second, the Right Honorable Speaker, I have heard from the minority report, they are talking about tractors. Uganda has the lowest number of tractors per 100 square kilometers. Five tractors per 100 square kilometers, compared to Kenya, which has 25. How can we come on the floor of parliament here and say that we are going to remove tractors which are going to help us to mechanize? Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that we maintain the tractors. The members of parliament who never received tractors the other time, they will receive this time. And last, the Right Honorable Speaker, when I checked—
Honorable members, listen to Dr. Bed very carefully.
Yes.
He's a farmer.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when I checked in the report, page 102, page 102, I saw, Right Honorable Speaker, page 102, government is, the expenses are allocating the seat of Mbalala 31.4 billion. They are allocating the city of Soloti 6.8. That is on the development budget. That is a variance of 78%. They are allocating on the— Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that
Honorable members, leave the person on the floor to speak.
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker,
when the 2 minutes are over, you switch off. It switches off automatically.
Yes. Right Honorable.
Can you switch off automatically when the minutes are over?
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm finishing. Just 30 seconds.
Richard. Lee, first have Lee, then Richard.
Madam Speaker, the point of privilege I'm raising arises from my engagement in the Committee on National Economy.
Are you a member of?
I'm a member of the Committee on National Economy, and I sit in Committee of Education.
Honorable members, listen to.
I have seen in this budget, a proposal has been made for seed schools in a number of sub-counties, and others are repetitive, as rightly observed by the commissioner. While in those engagements, we got to know that many times resources are allocated for construction of classrooms and the health centers when there is no land. I want the minister and the budget committee to certify this house that all they have proposed for construction here has met the requirements as directed by PS Ministry of Finance. We were told the Ministry of Lands is still processing titles for all those proposed places. Therefore, if we go ahead approving this proposal, you can be sure you are approving money which will not be properly absorbed. Therefore, that list of development expenditure for secondary schools, for health facilities, must be examined and reviewed by this house again. Otherwise, you are about to commit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Richard.
I have two issues to make. One is about the $100 million.
By the way, members, not all of you are going to talk.
100 million.
The house is full and not everybody will talk. We must finish.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to talk about the $100 million, equivalent 37 billion Uganda shillings, to be allocated according to the report made made here. I want to propose, Madam Speaker, that this amount of money should be allocated to resuscitate cooperative unions. Why am I saying so, Madam Speaker?
it is the cooperative unions which can employ as many people as possible. It employs from the driver, the accountant, to the most senior person. This money going to Rwabogo Odrek, you rightly said that.
Have you seen a name?
I've seen
an
the name.
allocation to Rwabogo in the budget?
No, I'm reading from the
No,
report.
let's look at the allocation sheet.
Minority report,
Which
Madam
one is
Speaker.
Rwabogo's vote?
Madam Speaker, I'm just
I am
reading from
asking
the
which
report.
one is Rwabogo's vote?
I had
Because we have allocated money to votes.
the report, Madam Speaker, says the money was reallocated to classified, and I wanted to make my point going that way. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to say that if the money, this money which is in the minority report, is to be reallocated to the classified amount, let also that money be got from there and be put to the development of cooperative unions. Last.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, every year, government gives subventions to private not-for-profit health facilities. These facilities use these funds to carry out eye surgeries, such as Ruharo Eye Hospital in Western Uganda, brain surgeries such as the Cure Hospital that is in Eastern Uganda, cesarean sections in Lacho Hospital, and many other private not-for-profit health facilities. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, they have received a 50% budget cut. Their budget of 11.6 billion shillings for medicines has been removed, and they're expected to carry out their surgeries. By removing the budget for medicines, you've taken away the oxygen. The hospital is left to die. Yet we want to appropriate 70 billion to one investor for vaccines, but we cannot prioritize 11.6 billion. So I want to recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that the 11.6 billion shillings that has been cut for these private health facilities for medicines be reinstated. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on page 20, the committee indicated that data on poverty has not been provided for 2023-2024, and even data on employment. Right Honorable Speaker, currently, World Bank shows that poverty rate in Uganda in 2023 is 41.4%. Our NDP is saying 21.4%. Yet our plan is saying wealth creation. But the World Bank, that is actually showing poverty creation instead of wealth creation. I want to propose an amendment on this report that where they had indicated that the data has not been provided, the Ministry of Finance or the relevant ministry should provide that information and it be attached to the report.
Panado.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Panado.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I had a delegation from Uganda. They came in a bus. They were arts teachers. When I was sitting here attentively, I didn't hear anything to do with an increment in the arts teachers. And yet our kids are about to go back to school. There is a possibility that they will also go on a strike, and at the end of the day, we will end up figuring. We remove some money from, I think, there was almost 1 point something on office of the government chief whip where we don't know where it goes, and we fix it this side of the arts teachers, because at the end of the day, they are also vital.
Why don't you say we remove from Parliament?
Maybe.
Nathan? Nathan?
Thank
We
you,
have debate. It is now coming to 2 hours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You have assured us that 1 billion shillings per district is included, although we don't know where it is. But we would want to know, how will this money go? Because I would have loved this money to go into one single so that it can have an effect. Because 250 million per quarter won't do us any service. 2, some of might decide, instead of working on the roads, let them buy a grader for themselves. Because we would want those people to be free to use the money appropriately. Because the moment you give them money and they work on the roads, then they don't have even another grader, what happens to them? To me, I would have preferred that this money goes into the district through Uganda Road Fund. I know there are ways people want to send it direct to the districts. Madam Speaker,
Sylvia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to raise the issue of the new districts on the issues of road equipments. As you are aware that the government allocated us 1 billion shilling, and in the new districts, normally they hire tractors, excavators as 2,500,000 shillings per day. The grader is hired at 1,500,000 per day. What will happen to the new districts that I'm seeing? There is no budget for purchasing of road equipments for the new districts. Last year, the minister came here in the floor parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, and said yes, they had budgeted 28 billion, and he was requesting parliament to appropriate at least 28 more million to procure the road equipments. What happens to the new districts that they are not taken care of? Shall we not be cheated? Because even the new districts which have equipments have the same amount of money like us. Information.
Thank you, Honorable, for giving way. The information I want to relay. Right Honorable Speaker, government through the Minister of Finance front-loaded about 28.6 billion to purchase road units for the 17 districts that do not have road units. That money was provided. Now we are wondering, why can't we again front-load money that we require about 27.4 billion to get the road units? Right Honorable Speaker, we are stuck. We recently saw in the report by the park, there's the absorption of the funds we have in the districts is wanting, because we cannot even hire. We don't have the money to hire these road equipment to work on our roads. We don't even have enough money to even hire, like my sister is saying. My prayer is that through you, Right Honorable Speaker, you direct the Minister of Finance that they front load the remaining 28.7 billion to purchase the road equipment for the unit, for the new districts.
Honorable Member, Finance, what happened to the money for road units?
Madam Speaker, the money for the remaining administrative units without road equipment is provided in the financial year 2022-2023, and we are going to release the last bit in this quarter.
Thank you. Honorable members, the last bit of the money for equipment is going to be released this quarter that we are in. This is the fourth quarter. This is the last quarter. And if finance has said we are going to release, why are you arguing? Are you the ones who release? We are going to find out by end of June. We want to see that the money has been released, because that's when this quarter ends for the equipment. And remember, we budgeted for those equipments. Honorable members, Cecilia, you have something to say?
We all have.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I only have a few concerns to raise. First of all, we should not use minority report just for conversation, for information. I think we need to incorporate some of the concerns raised in order to create a balance.
A matter correction.
I beg your
The
pardon?
information is that it must help us in performing better.
Thank you,
And you
Speaker.
know, in most cases, the minority reports have helped this house.
Thank you,
So
Right
in
Honorable
the
Speaker.
next budgeting process, it should be taken as a priority.
Right Honorable Speaker, that's what we have always pleaded for, but the Minister of Finance keep repeating the same mistake. But Right Honorable Speaker, I have looked through the figures that have been given to the House. I have found that there are certain critical areas which have been ignored, which we have raised concern about in our earlier debate. First of all, cervical cancer is #1 concern among the women. And Right Honorable Speaker, from the committee report, Uganda needs only 1.5 billion to provide equipment in order to allow women to have access to the facilities for early identification and treatment in the referral hospital, and there are only 10. So Right Honorable Speaker, if we really care for our mothers who are dying from cervical cancer, we need to provide a machine per referral hospital in order to decongest Cancer Institute and help our dying mothers. That's priority #1. Right Honorable Speaker, we talked about the project, the PEP project, when our late speaker passed on. And out of the 250 billion committed by government, only 65. And this is now the 3rd year and is coming to an end. Right Honorable Speaker, before we conclude, there must be additional money on the PEP project so that at least we can have that facilities available in Uganda instead of going to Aga Khan, to India, and so on. Right Honorable Speaker, you are also aware that the nodding disease is a serious menace in the north. There is nothing there provided for the nodding disease. And I would wish to see the nodding disease catered for in this budget. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the north and the northeast by the cattle rustling. I pray that the operational fund for northern Uganda to combat cattle rustling is in this budget. There are some of our people who have been deprived of animals and their means of livelihood. We have talked about compensation of those people to settle them because we can't continue like this. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot go through this budget unless we are provided for something to allow the people in the north and the northeast to settle and to handle effectively this menace of cattle rustling. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Odur, you have a motion? Odur, let Odur first talk.
Madam Speaker, I have just some brief comments regarding how the report of the budget committee, and I will make some guidance on how we can get additional money. Madam Speaker, I've taken one vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. In the core agenda provided by the ministry, an amount of 45 billion shillings, 311 was provided for as an increment. I am so disappointed that the budget
Honorable
committee,
members, listen.
I'm so disappointed that the budget committee could not properly scrutinize and identify the following: that an amount of 1,130,000,000 shillings has been provided for advert and PR for domestic tourism promotion under budget output number 120012. The same budget is provided 5 different times under the same narrative, meaning that under output 12001, they have provided 240 million, enough to do the 8 videos. But under another code, they are provided for 1,130,000,000 to do the same activities. The narrative is that to do advert and PR for 8 domestic tourism. This money is available. It's in the core agenda that you have provided under. So, Madam Speaker, my point is that when we go to the committee to supply, we have identified areas where we can get more money. And this money should be allowed to be moved to critical areas that members have already cited here when we reach that point. Secondly, Madam Speaker, when you look at the provisions
Odur, switch on.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to talk about the tax expenditures. The tax expenditures in 2021-2022 amounted to 2.478 trillion shillings. That is 5% of our national budget, waived by the ministers. And I have a few examples, if I could read for you here. A company or somebody called Behakanira Gudra T, 13 billion 942, 753 billion in capital gains tax was waived. A company called Yugakov Limited, 33 billion 942, 488 was waived. Another company called Fresh Cuts, 2.4 billion. And then the government comes here and say, we don't have money to fund the unfunded priorities. By way of resolution, Madam Speaker, I want to persuade this House that we put a moratorium on the powers of the minister to waive taxes. Because you cannot be waiving taxes and you come here to borrow the same amount. In the last financial year, we borrowed nearly the same amount, trillions, to finance, and yet we are allowing some people not to pay taxes.
Honorable Minister, and when we asked you to bring a list of people you have given a tax exemption and companies, you said they were not there. We need that list of exemptions. We need to examine it.
Information.
We need to examine it. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. The tax expenditure report is provided to this House on a quarterly basis, which we have always done, except for Q3 of this financial year, where the minister did not give any tax waiver. That is when I informed this House that in this quarter we have not provided, we have not granted any tax clarification. I accept.
Madam Speaker.
You first sit. You're a member of a committee. That's one of the things you people should have asked for before proceeding.
Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the House. And also on our side, we are developing what we call the tax governance framework, tax expenditure governance framework, which will analyze for us areas where we think it is not necessary to continue granting tax waivers and tax exemptions as well. And when we finish, we shall go to Cabinet and subsequently Parliament for approval. However, not all waivers are bad. And I don't want to argue because I am now a minister. I was 10 years in the back bench and I still hold the same view. It is important that the minister gets authority to do his work. Some of these exemptions, like the one waivers, like the one of Behakanira, Gudura, all of you know the circumstances under which this waiver was given.
We don't know the circumstances until you put it down in writing for us, the circumstances.
Madam Speaker, I can provide information, further information. I have finished. No order.
Thank you.
Speaker, I stand under Rule 43.
Honorable call. Honorable call.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened very carefully to the debate for over 4 hours now. And it shows to me clearly that members have studied the budget and they have understood very well. Actually, they have identified
the areas where they want to allocate money in different areas. But Honorable Speaker, I want to think and also move a motion that we go to a committee for appropriation whereby members will identify the areas where they want money to be moved in the different areas so that we move ahead. I beg to move.
Thank you, honorable members. When we continue debating on this, the best thing is for us to go and look at vote per vote. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Tinka, by Alion, by Okwang. I put a question that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply for consideration and approval of the revised expenditure estimates for the fiscal year 2022, 2023, 2024, for 2022, 2023, and the budgetary proposals for estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023, 2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Committee of Supply.
Madam Chair.
There is a procedural matter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the House we have just discussed a very important aspect of tax expenditure. The Minister of Finance.
Honorable Ekanya.
Yes. It is very important.
We have agreed we need a report in this House on exemptions. Now, we are in supply. You're now bringing issues. Alion, put that one to order.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, a motion has been put on the floor, seconded, moved, and you have ruled. Now, my colleague and senior colleague, Ekanya, honorable colleague, stands out on a procedural matter after you ruling. Honorable Speaker, is my colleague in order? Is Ekanya, is honorable colleague in order to disrupt the Speaker?
Honorable members, let's go to supply, but finance should take note of what has been raised, all issues that have been raised in regard to the monies that should go to respective votes, which are a priority in this country. And the first one is on the interns.
Chair, with the due respect, you are ruling. Chair, in the minority report, because you've moved and that ruling virtually means all the reports have been adopted by the House. And then at this level means we've got to critically now farm out the monies that are in the minority report. I moved on a very critical sector. I said money under the Ministry of Energy, under a program called Rural Rectification, 100 billions that was shifted, that was made for reallocation, be brought back. And right, Chair, I also moved under the minority report that the following agencies who have continued over the years consistently to get reallocations at the mercy of the budget committee be reconsidered to balance up the number so that the money lost for 100 billion is balanced up with the monies that have been deducted. And these are the following sectors. One, money reallocated, to ethics and integrity, 8 billion. Money reallocated to the National Intelligence Authority, 3 billion. Money reallocated to the Office of Auditor General, 15 billion. Money reallocated to the committee I was saying agriculture shouldn't take. Money reallocated to the committee for the Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, DIGAL, 16 billion. Money reallocated to Uganda Police Force for all these other things where they say just operational purposes, no detail, 51 billion, be put to a proper purpose. Money reallocated, of course, there were objections to the Ministry of Agriculture, and I take the view of the view. Money reallocated to public procurement and disposal of public assets be reallocated from the reallocation committee of Parliament. Money for gender, labor, and social development that was reallocated under ethics and integrity should be reallocated. The total sum is 115. It balances up very well with the money we would have lost if we stored 100 billion in the other side. So we have balanced up the revenue and balanced up the expenditure. And my humble view, that is budget neutral, doesn't distort the budget. It leaves the budget as it is. It only serves the people of Uganda.
Thank you so much.
Recurrent expenditure, vote 001, Office of the President.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 241 billion, 179 million, 103,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 001, Office of the President for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 002, State House.
Clarification from Jonathan.
Yes, Madam Chair, when you proposed this motion and put the question, you included item number 3A in your question. So it would be important that the House is clarified that we are actually supplying, and the figures provided only captures budget of 2023, 2024, and not included the revised estimates of 2022, 2023, which is a supplementary. When the question was put, and we had raised this matter with the presiding officer last time on how this matter was organized. So let the chairperson clarify that actually the aborted supplementary that we rejected has not been smuggled here, because the question put by the speaker includes both. Once that assurance is there, then we move.
Honorable Jonathan, the supplementary is still on the order paper. It's not here. No, I corrected. I corrected 2023, 2024.
Yeah,
vote 2.
Vote 2, right, Honorable Chair, is where I want to go for the 30 billion. We reduce it for the 37.
Chair, can you people wait? I am going to put a question.
37 for the coffee chain that has gone to classified, and the 70 billion that is for and move them to Ministry of Finance on road to UDC and UDB.
Honorable members.
Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I made a proposal in the minority
that in compliance with the Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act, we do not tempt the president to break the law. We remove 400 billion shilling from vote 002 and put it to health. So I wanted to move that amendment before you put the question.
Chair, I have observed in vote 0.
Members, you've started a debate afresh. We are in supply.
Yeah,
Vote 002.
I'm supplying. Chair, in vote 002, a provision has been made of 120.1 billion under classified expenditure. We are aware President made a written pronouncement that the West Nile tobacco farmers must be paid. The Prime Minister came here and confirmed those commitments. And Madam Chair, you directed that a provision should be made in this year's financial budget. The PS of Finance went ahead and wrote to Trade that they must provide this resource. As we scan through, this resource has not been provided. Since it is in the best interest of the president that the economy must be spurred, we can only spur the economy by supporting farmers. I therefore move that 9.7 billion from 120 billion be removed from this vote and it's allocated to
Honorable Lee, that should be under
compensate.
trade. That should be under trade, but make a provision for the, it has been an issue.
Yes.
There was a resolution on that. So you need to make a provision for payment of the tobacco farmers.
Madam Chair, I wish to allay the fears of the House that we are dealing with only 12 months. What we have not been able to provide now shall be provided for in the future.
Madam Chair, these are matters on which commitments
I have
been
already
made.
made a ruling that money should be found. Wherever they find it is not our issue.
Vote 002.
I
State
put a
House.
question that Uganda shillings 396 billion 200.
Chair, there are a plethora of amendments made before you make the general, put the general question.
Okay, can
Would
I
it be
put a
okay?
question on the amendment?
Yeah, they are various and they're not uniform. I pray that you handle them one by one to avoid the
Can I put
confusion.
a question on the amendment that we remove the 37 billion? Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The nays have it. The 70. I put a question that we remove the 70 billion. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The nays have it.
Vote 002. State House.
I put a question that Uganda shilling 396 billion. Listen, honorable members. I put a question that Uganda shillings 396 billion 254 million 558,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 002 State House for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 003. Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
I move
Ibrahim.
an amendment that we withhold this money until the whole vote, until the political action promised by the president has been taken.
Honorable members, I said before, the office of the Prime Minister is an office. It is not a person. We are not giving the money to the Prime Minister, Honorable Nabanja. We are giving the money to the office. It is not personal to holder. Vote 003.
Madam
Vote
Speaker.
003. Office of the Prime Minister.
Speaker.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 90 billion 911 million 448,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 003 Office of the Prime Minister for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay.
No.
The ayes have it.
Vote 004, Ministry of Defense.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 2,34,554,366,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 004, Minister of Defense for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 005, Ministry of Public Service.
I put a question that Uganda shillings. Honorable members, I don't want any disruption. Those who want to talk, please go to the corridor and help yourselves there.
Vote 005, Ministry of Public Service.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 73,837,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 005 and the Minister of Public Service for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 006, Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 26,287,620,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 006, Minister of Foreign Affairs for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 145,043,526,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 007, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Procedure on.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, why are our colleagues on the government side NRM are saying aye even before you have put a question, as if they are voting machines?
The members on the NRM side are not voting machines. That is number one. They are just very alert.
Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 1,925,000,4,443,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 008, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 009, Ministry of Internal Affairs.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 470,223,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 009, Minister of Internal Affairs for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 28 billion. I put a question that Uganda shillings 28 billion 605,990,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure
Madam
for
Chair.
vote 010, Minister of Agriculture,
Chair.
Animal Industry,
On
and
agriculture.
Fisheries for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay.
Chair.
The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, you waited for people to say aye, and then you gave me the attention. Madam Chair, the point I wanted to raise is that there are very many issues that were raised around this sector of agriculture. I just want to be assured that those areas have been catered for. There are very, very critical issues that were raised in our debate.
Honorable members, I want to allay your fears. Recurrent is basically salaries, utilities. It is not about tractors, it is not about hose, and not about seeds. We will reach development and we will handle that.
Madam Chair, you have rightly elaborated that we are dealing with the expenses which are coming from the previous years.
And I want you to look at the policy statements, ministerial policy statements. These figures are there.
Yeah, Madam Chair, one of such expenditures would be money which we borrowed for the agricultural cluster project. As far as I know, these projects have stalled in a number of communities, including my own.
Let's first look at
I would want
salaries.
to
The next.
Vote 011, Ministry of Local Government.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 34 billion 889 million to 72,000 be provided for as the current expenditure for vote 011, Minister of Local Government for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 012, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 48 billion 918 million 678,000 be provided for as the current expenditure for vote 012, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 013, Ministry of Education and Sports.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 286 billion 271 million 277,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 013, Ministry of Education and vote 013, Minister of Education and Sports for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 014, Ministry of Health.
I put a question that Uganda
Chair, for clarification.
don't switch on the microphone and speak. Sit.
Honorable Chair.
Can you sit? Let's learn discipline. Sit. Vote 1014. Read.
Vote 014, Ministry of Health.
I put a question that Uganda shillings. Let's Odur. Can I have Odur?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to the minister and the chairperson.
When a member is talking, you must sit.
Madam Chair, I wanted the minister and the chairperson, in light of the debate we have had, and this is recurrent expenditure as submitted by the Minister of Health, that there was a funding gap required here. And this would be the right time for the minister to clarify whether it is possible or the executive is saying they don't have
No, they are going to
that?
give Thursday. The information I have is that the money is going to be released. Even the senior minister, even when I was there, called on the same. On first of all, the areas, and then they are going to give what is required. They are going to give. Yes, Lob.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, we are aware of the arrears, the 22, and then the requirement of 80. Now that we are handling appropriation, will the minister clarify where the source of the 80 billion will be, where it's not indicated here, so that we do not subject this house to some gambling exercise? Two, there was a debate on subventions, the not-for-profit and Uganda Red Cross. We did not hear a response from the minister as to whether these subventions have been vacated. In any case, the bearers of these entities do know how to survive, because part of the subvention goes to payment of wages, right, Honorable Speaker. The not-for-profit and
Yes.
Uganda Red Cross.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, on the issue of provision for private non-for-profit hospitals, it was raised by Honorable Chut. We have provided in the agenda which I laid yesterday, we provided an amount of 12 billion to cater for this. And these are subventions, so it's catered for.
Yeah. It is catered for under the salvation 014. I put a question that Uganda shillings 113 billion 29 million 592 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 014, Minister of Health for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 015, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 103 billion 609 million 702,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 015, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 016, Ministry of Works and Transport.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 192 billion 565 million 876 million be provided for. I put a question that 192 billion 565 million 876,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 016, Minister of Works, Transport for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 89 billion 938 million 603,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 017 under the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 018, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 202 billion 288 million 607,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 018 Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 26 billion 85 million 434,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 019 Minister of Water Environment for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 0.
Honorable members, just say aye. Don't just sit here and
Vote 020, Ministry of Information and Communications Technology.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 42 billion 129 million 992,000 be provided as a current expenditure for vote 020 under the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 021, Ministry of East African Affairs.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 35 billion 654 million 489,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 021 Ministry of East African Affairs for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 172
Madam Chair, during debate, I'd put you on notice that I would seek to move that the total sum of 45 billion 311 million and 48,000 provided in the core agenda and describing activities as money for making adverts and public relations for 8 domestic tourism promotions be removed, and 45 billion 311 million shillings 48,000 provided in the core agenda. Total amount 45 billion 311 million 048,000. It came through the core agenda, and the activities listed include adverts, public relations for 8 domestic tourism promotion activities, advertisement and promotion of videos. All the activities listed under core agendas are like that. So, Madam Chair, I'd propose that this amount be deducted from this vote, which is under recurrent expenditure, and be added to areas we have identified, including health and yeah.
Chair.
Right, honorable and colleagues. This is where we always argue that we invest in productive sectors that can generate revenue. So tourism is very paramount, and the major activity on tourism is advert. Those are just the chart of account, which has that, but the issue is adverts is so paramount. So I pray that we maintain that money to do that purpose.
Cecilia. Cecilia wants a clarification.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Right, Honorable Chair. The reason why this proposal is being made, because the same activity has been mentioned in 2 different places. So we do appreciate that tourism is very important, and personally, I'm very passionate about increasing expenditure in tourism. Unfortunately, there is duplication in the Chair, can I propose that we cross-check on that? Chair, can I propose that we cross-check? If there is duplicity, we should remove one and leave only one. I beg to.
Honorable members, it is not on adverse. Where is the chair of the committee? It is on the chart of accounts. Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The 33 billion was to increase the ceiling for UA and not to give UA more money. And the money that was given to UA, the 33 billion, is for fencing. Parliament has always been having issues with electric fencing, and they're also recruiting UA rangers and also construction of houses for UA rangers.
So the money, it is what I have said, it is a chart of accounts. He has finance.
Madam Chairperson, I want to comfort the members that sometimes in the chart of accounts, misposting happens. When it happens within the chart of accounts, we correct it. Madam Chair, I therefore move that we pass the money and the correction within the chart of accounts will be done.
Honorable members, we equally wrote to finance because we had a problem with our chart of accounts for Parliament. The chart of accounts for Parliament on committee money was coded as travel abroad differently. So that is what is supposed to be corrected. Go to the vote.
Vote 00022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 172 billion 528 million 190,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 023, Ministry of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 7 billion 801 million 500,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 023, Ministry of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 109, Uganda National Meteorological Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 13 billion 612 million 832,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 019, Uganda National Meteorological Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 110, Uganda Industrial Research Institute.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10 billion 912 million 400,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 110, Uganda Industrial Research Institute for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 111, National Curriculum Development Center.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 20 billion 144 million 615,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 111, National Curriculum Development Center for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 112, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 22,686,859,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 112, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 113, Uganda National Roads Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 108,506,887,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 113, Uganda National Road Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 114, Uganda Cancer Institute.
Chair, in view of the fact that the committee recommended that early detection and treatment of cervical cancer be decongested now, and that the referral hospitals be equipped with those machines, that will attract recurrent expenditure. So can I be assured that that has been catered for in this figure of 40 billion? Can I be assured of that?
She wants the assurance on the anticipated recruitment. It's anticipated.
Madam Chair, since the recruitment is anticipated, we have room to go back and plan for it well.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 40,517,693,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 114, Uganda Cancer Institute for financial year 20. I put a question that Uganda shillings 42,162,517,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 115, Uganda Heart Institute for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 116, Uganda National Medical Stores.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 581,42,988,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 116, Uganda National Medical Stores for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 25,745,756,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 118, Uganda Road Fund.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 401,285,560,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 118, Uganda Road Fund for a financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau.
I put a question that Uganda shilling 36,733,154,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 154,141,479,000 be provided for vote as a current expenditure for vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 121, Dairy Development Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 11,861,513,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 121 Dairy Development Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 122, Kampala Capital City Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 201,468,154,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 122 Kampala Capital City Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 123, National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 12,969,604,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 123 National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 124, Equal Opportunities Commission.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 16,104,054,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 124 Equal Opportunities Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 125, National Animal Genetics Resource Center and Data Bank.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,675,512,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 125 National Animal Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 126, National Information Technology Authority.
I put a question that shillings 42,772,491,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 126 National Information Technology Authorities for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 127, Uganda Virus Research Institute.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 6,785,496,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 127 Uganda Virus Research Institute for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 128, Uganda National Examinations Board.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 114,658,450,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 128 Uganda National Examination Board for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 129, Financial Intelligence Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 28,065,863,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 129 Financial Intelligence Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 132, Education Service Commission.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 7,898,919,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 132, Education Service Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecution.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 72,990,294,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecution for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 134, Health Service Commission.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 11,069,429,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 134, Health Service Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 135, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 19,150,773,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 135, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 136, Uganda Export Promotion Board.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 7,739,870,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 136, Uganda Export Promotion Board for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 51,652,188,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 138, Uganda Investment Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 12,968,634,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 138, Uganda Investment Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 139, Petroleum Authority of Uganda.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 55,552,411,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 139, Petroleum Authority of Uganda for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 140, Capital Markets Authority.
Capital Market Authority does not have any allocation. The vote was withdrawn.
Vote 141, Uganda Revenue Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 572,451,376,000 be provided as recurrent expenditure for vote 141, Uganda Revenue Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 142, National Agricultural Research Organization.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 651,600,000 682,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 142 National Agricultural Research Organization for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 143, Uganda Bureau of Statistics.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 238 billion 972 million 323,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 143 Uganda Bureau of Statistics for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 144, Uganda Police Force.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 637 billion 79 million 691,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 144 Uganda Police Force, Uganda Police for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 145, Uganda Prisons.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 287 billion 975 million 951,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 145 Uganda Prisons for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 146, Public Service Commission.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10 billion 520 million 421,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 146 Public Service Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10 billion 387 million 741,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 147 Local Government Finance Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 148, Judicial Service Commission.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 18 billion 16 billion 388 million 462,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 148 Judicial Service Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 149, National Population Council.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10 billion 660 million 538 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 149 National Population Council for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Vote 15.
Vote 150, National Environment Management Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 28 billion 243 million 961,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 150 National Environment Management Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable ministers, you're not going to go away and leave us here. And including members, don't go and leave us here. And I want the cameras to capture. These are the only people who are taking care of your budget. Those ones outside there who are out loitering are not mindful of the population out there. Members should come to the house and appropriate money for people outside there. You're here as a voice of the voiceless.
Vote 151, Uganda Blood Transfusion Service.
I put a question that 20 billion 384,310,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 151 Uganda Blood Transfusion Services for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 152, National Agricultural Advisory Services.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 41,109,708,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 152 National Agricultural Advisory Services (NADS) for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 153, Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 18,195,543,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 153 Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 47,567,420,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 154 Uganda National Bureau of Standards for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 155, Cotton Development Organization.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,498,819,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 155 Cotton Development Organization for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 156, Uganda Land Commission.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 8,165,182,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 156 Uganda Land Commission for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 157, National Forestry Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 19,614,938,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 157 National Forest Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 158, Internal Security Organization.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 180,161,185,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 158 Internal Security Organization for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 159, External Security Organization.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 107,989,655,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 159 External Security Organization for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 160, Uganda Coffee Development Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 192,597,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 160 Uganda Coffee Development Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 161, Uganda Free Zones Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 5,572,502,000 be provided for as a current expenditure For vote 161, Uganda Free Zone Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 162, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10,663,420,000 be provided for as a current expenditure. For vote 162, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 163, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 14,587,057,057,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 163, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 164, National Council for Higher Education.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 13,399,857,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 164, National Council of Higher Education for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 165, Uganda Business and Technical Examination Board.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 26,214,008. I put a question that Uganda shillings 26,214,807,000 be I put a question that 26,214,802,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 165, Uganda Business and Technical Examination Board for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Vote 166, National Council of Sports.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 46,966,514,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 166, National Council of Sports for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 167, Science, Technology and Innovation.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 160,439,439,439,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 167, Science, Technology and Innovation for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 301, Makerere University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 336,469,558,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 301, Makerere University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 302, Mbarara University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 55,763,353,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 302, Mbarara University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 303, Makerere University Business School.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 103,575,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 303, Makerere University Business School for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 304, Chambogo University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 131,291,738,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 304 Kiambogo University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 305, Busitema University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 49,213,920,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 305 Busitema University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 306, Muni University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 26,590,089,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for Muni University under vote 306 for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 307, Cavalier University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 56,011,281,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 307 Cavalier University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 308, Soroti University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 25,125,972,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 308 Soroti University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 309, Gulu University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 61,529,303,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 309 Gulu University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 310, Lira University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 30,475,685,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 310 Lira University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 311, Law Development Center.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 24,565,354,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 311 Law Development Center for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 312, Uganda Management Institute.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 35,594,074,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 312 Uganda Management Institute for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 313, Mountains of the Moon University.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 35,473,438,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 313 Mountains of the Moon University for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 401, Mulago National Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 95,159,247,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 401 Mulago National Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Vote
The
402.
ayes have it.
Vote 402, Butabika Hospital.
We are now on Butabika Hospital. I'm just reminding members that there is Butabika Hospital somewhere. Mental health. I put a question that Uganda shillings 18 billion, 305 million, 348,000 be provided for as the current expenditure for vote 402 Butabika Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 403, Arua Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10 billion, 397 million, 689,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 403 Arua Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 404, Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 11 billion, 825 million, 481,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 404, Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 405, Gulu Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 13 billion, 600 million, 351,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 405 Gulu Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 406, Hoima Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question at Uganda shillings 11 billion, 385 million, 655,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 406 Hoima Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 407, Jinja Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 15 billion, 378,000, a million, 15 billion, 378,259,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 407, Jinja Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 408, Kabale Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 11 billion, 465 million, 196,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 408 Kabale Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 409, Masaka Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10 billion, 577 million, 567,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 409 Masaka Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 410, Mbale Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 15 billion, 648 million, 364,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 410 Mbale Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 411, Soroti Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 9,890,170,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 411 Soroti Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 412, Lira Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 16,180,493,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 412 Lira Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 413, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 12,104,715,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 413 Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 414, Mubende Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 12,325,254,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 414 Mubende Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 415, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 11,218,897,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 415 Moroto Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 416, Naguru Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 11,828,505,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 414 Naguru Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 417, Chirudu Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 25. What?
Expenditure for Chirudu Hospital. You had earlier directed that we get some money and reallocate to health. Chirudu Referral Hospital actually was lacking 4 billion for decentralization of dialysis services. Tumbale, Kabale, and Arua. And I'm thinking that maybe the recurrent expenditure may actually be affected. But they will need new recruitment as well if they decentralize the service. Once the services are decentralized, Madam Speaker, that means new recruitment will be needed for the dialysis.
Vote 417.
Vote 417, Chirudu Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 25,585,007,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 417 Chirudu Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 418, Kawempe Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 21,247,624,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 418 Kawempe Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 419, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10,159,175,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 419 in Tebe Regional Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 420, Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 28,608,597,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 420 Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 421, Kayunga Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 11,926,771,000. I put a question that Uganda shillings 11,926,771,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 421 Kayunga Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 422, Yumbe Referral Hospital.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 10,888,459,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 422 Yumbe Referral Hospital for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have.
Vote 501, Uganda Mission at the United Nations, New York.
Procedure, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, the number of missions abroad, there are missions, local government. Madam Chair, I beg your indulgence that since the totals are known per each vote, for these votes, like missions abroad, local governments, we just deal with the totals, grand totals. I beg your indulgence.
Honorable members, what do you think, Law? We do a minibus?
Chair, we are supplying, and the interpretation is that we supply figures, and those figures are supplied per vote. So the correct procedure is how we have been moving. If any member is, it can be openly challenged. You know, these votes are actually like clauses of the bill we are moving. It has to be done. We have no way out. It has to be supplied that way.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we had a scenario in the last financial year that we don't wish to repeat. Let's endure and supply vote by vote. For central government, for local government, we can do it. But now for these ones, they're only 39.
Vote 501, Uganda Mission at the United Nations, New York.
501, I put a question.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker, our mission is right near the United Nations headquarters, and it's one of the best. It has one of the best locations. I can see this money, even if it's in the recurrent, but it was not in a good state. It needs their rehabilitation when we passed there. Then secondly, as I'm putting you on notice, the late Idi Amin Dada secured money for missions. Most of our missions are in dire state. I would like to put this house on notice that in future we'll come up with a motion to urge government to appropriate more monies for our missions. Because, for example, the one in London, Honorable Minister, you know what's happening. They run out of gas. During winter, they use funny heaters, which might even burn the entire mission.
501, Uganda mission at the United Nations, New York. I put a question that Uganda shillings, 16 billion, 706 million, 699,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 501, Uganda missions at the United Nations, New York for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 502, Uganda High Commission in the United Kingdom.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 5 billion 887 million 534,000 be provided for vote 502 Uganda High Commission in the United Kingdom for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 503, Uganda High Commission in
Honorable members, Aburu, help me mobilize. I need all members in the house. We are going to go to the bill.
Vote 503, Uganda High Commission in Canada, Ottawa.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 5 billion 223 million 859,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 503 Uganda High Commission in Canada, Ottawa, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 504, Uganda High Commission in India, New Delhi.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3 billion 582 million 777,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 504 for Uganda Commission in India, New Delhi for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 505, Uganda High Commission in Kenya, Nairobi.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 5 billion 41 million 493,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 505 Uganda High Commission in Kenya, Nairobi for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Lukwago Charles, Matovu Charles, there is one person on the chair. Please.
Vote 506, Uganda High Commission in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 8 billion 55 million 141,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 506. Uganda High Commission in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 507, Uganda High Commission in Nigeria, Abuja.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3 billion 199 million 777,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 507 Uganda High Commission Nigeria, Abuja, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 508, Uganda High Commission in South Africa, Pretoria.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,578,576,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 508, Uganda High Commission in South Africa, Pretoria, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 509, Uganda High Commission in Rwanda, Kigali.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 2,760,780,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 509, Uganda High Commission in Rwanda, Kigali, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 510, Uganda Embassy in the United States, Washington.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 8,491,682,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 510, Uganda Embassy in the United States, Washington, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 511, Uganda Embassy in Egypt, Cairo.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,451,000,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 511, Uganda Embassy in Egypt, Cairo, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 512, Uganda Embassy in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,457,435,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 512, Uganda Embassy in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 513, Uganda Embassy in China, Beijing.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,247,006,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 513, Uganda Embassy in China, Beijing, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 514, Uganda Embassy in Switzerland, Geneva.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 7,172,560,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 514, Uganda Embassy in Switzerland, Geneva, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 515, Uganda Embassy in Japan, Tokyo.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 5,343,851,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 515, Uganda Embassy in Japan, Tokyo, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 516, Uganda Embassy in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 6,461,718,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 516, Uganda Embassy in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 517, Uganda Embassy in Denmark, Copenhagen.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 5,809,314,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 517, Uganda Embassy in Denmark, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 518, Uganda Embassy in Belgium, Brussels.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,469,280,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 518, Uganda Embassy in Belgium, Brussels, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 519, Uganda Embassy in Italy, Rome.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,551,733,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 519 Uganda Embassy in India, Rome for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 520, Uganda Embassy in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Kinshasa.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,115,623,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 520 Uganda Embassy in DRC, Kinshasa for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 521, Uganda Embassy in Sudan, Khartoum.
Chair,
Yes, Cecilia.
Chair, I would like to draw the attention of the chair to the fact that Khartoum right now is not stable. And I think some of the Ugandans have already been vacated from Khartoum and Sudan generally. Is it right, Honorable Speaker, that the House should appropriate this money and supply when we are very much aware that the embassy right now is not operational? I'm just seeking guidance. I'm just seeking guidance.
Maybe a clarification as the Foreign Affairs closed that mission. If it is still existent, I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,998,000,009,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 521 Uganda Embassy in Sudan, Khartoum, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 522, Uganda Embassy in France, Paris.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 7,457,520,000 be provided for as recurrent expenditure for vote 522 Uganda Embassy in France, Paris for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 523, Uganda Embassy in Germany, Berlin.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 8,050,468,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 523 Uganda Embassy in Germany, Berlin for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 524, Uganda Embassy in Iran, Tehran.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,034,254,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 524 Uganda Embassy in Iran, Tehran for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Honorable members, come back. We need to finish this process. And we are going for appropriation. We have an appropriation bill. And when all of you start going, then what shall I do? Members, let's finish this process and we close it. And maybe for the NRM team, you're supposed to go to Chankwansi on 27.
Vote 525, Uganda Embassy in Russia, Moscow.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,748,792,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 525 Uganda Embassy in Russia, Moscow for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 526, Uganda Embassy in Australia, Canberra.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,962,683,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 526, Uganda Embassy in Australia, Canberra for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 527, Uganda Embassy in South Sudan, Juba.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,968,816,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 527, Uganda Embassy in South Sudan, Juba for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 528, Uganda Embassy in United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi.
I put a question at Uganda shillings 6,248,125,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 528, Uganda Embassy in United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 529, Uganda Embassy in Burundi, Bujumbura.
I put a question at Uganda shillings 2,831,816,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 529, Uganda Embassy in Burundi, Bujumbura for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 530, Uganda Consulate in China, Guangzhou.
I put a question at Uganda shillings 3,700,000,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 530, Uganda Consulate in China, Guangzhou for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 531, Uganda Embassy in Turkey, Ankara.
I put a question at Uganda shillings 6,777,949,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 531, Uganda Embassy in Turkey, Ankara for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 532, Uganda Embassy in Somalia, Mogadishu.
I put a question at Uganda shillings 2,693,276,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 532, Uganda Embassy in Somalia, Mogadishu for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 533, Uganda Embassy in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,277,632,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 533, Uganda Embassy in Malaysia, Kaula, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 534, Uganda Consulate in Kenya, Mombasa.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,706,488,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 534, Uganda Consulate in Kenya, Mombasa for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 535, Uganda Embassy in Algeria, Algiers.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3,886,550,000 be provided for as a current expenditure for Uganda Embassy in Algeria, Algiers for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 536, Uganda Embassy in Qatar, Doha.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 2,248,000,000. I put a question that Uganda shillings 2,748,639,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 536 Uganda Embassy in Qatar, Doha, for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 537, Uganda Mission in Havana, Cuba.
I put a question that Uganda shillings 3 billion be provided for as a current expenditure for vote 537, Uganda Mission in Havana, Cuba, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 538, Uganda Mission in Luanda, Angola.
I put a question that Uganda shilling 3 billion be provided for recurrent expenditure for vote 538 Uganda Mission in Luanda, Angola, for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Votes 601 to 610, 701 to 731, 801 to 935, local governments.
Madam Chair, I'm questioning the procedure adopted by our clerk because this allocation shows our voters who are watching us, the exact figures that are going to them and why certain districts are given less, they must see, and others are given high. So it must be read figure by figure so that our people can see. Chair.
Madam Chair, there is a practice which we have adopted in this House. Over the years, we have been, the speaker has not allowed you.
No, point of order, I don't need the speaker. You sit down, you have been here before. Madam Speaker, the point of order I'm raising, where the rules are explicit, practice cannot overthrow the provision of the rules. Rule 154, it is very clear that votes must be called and the figures supplied mentioned, and we take a vote on it. Is my honorable member who has been here and who is the one who has supplied these figures in a way that is not balanced to the country, where Rwanda is getting more and other districts are getting less, is he in order now to hide his whole allocations?
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Vote,
listen.
Vote 601, Arua City, 36,948,486,000. Vote 602, Fort Portal City, 21,749,696,000. Vote 603, Gulu City, 26,555,638,000. Vote 604, Hoima City, 14,982,706,000. Vote 605, Jinja City, 38,446,052,000. Vote 606, Lira City, 25,298,264,000. Vote 607, Masaka City, 28,740,158,000. Vote 608, Mbale City, 36,977,607,000. Vote 609, Mbarara City, 33,853,374,000. Vote 610, Soroti City, 18,894,719,000. Vote 701, Apart Municipal Council, 8,494,655,000. Vote 702, Bujiri Municipal Council, 5,045,364,000. Vote 703, Bushenyi Ishaka Municipal Council, 10,811,439,000. Vote 704, Busia Municipal Council, 6,584,841,000. Vote 705, Entebbe Municipal Council, 14,974,279,000. Vote 706, Uganda Municipal Council, 12,652,788,000. Vote 707, Iganga Municipal Council, 6,354,604,000. Vote 708, Kabale Municipal Council, 15,642,752,000. Vote 709, Kamuli Municipal Council, 6,980,978,000. Vote 710, Kapchorwa Municipal Council, 8,378,122,000. Vote 711, Kasese Municipal Council, 14,834,120,000. Vote 712, Kira Municipal Council, 20,650,861,000. Vote 713, Kisoro Municipal Council, 3,648,099,000. Vote 714, Kitgum Municipal Council, 6,670,002,000. Vote 715, Koboko Municipal Council, 7,501,016,000. Vote 716, Kotido Municipal Council, 7,454,417,000. Vote 717, Kumi Municipal Council, 6,938,878,000. Vote 718, Lugazi Municipal Council, 7,853,940,000. Vote 718, Lugazi Municipal Council, 7,853,940,000. Vote 719, Makindye Sabagabo Municipal Council, 13,864,172,000. Vote 720, Masindi Municipal Council, 11 billion.
Thank you, Chair. Chair,
Where you have stopped.
Chair, I have looked at this list, and to my dismay, the areas that are making money don't have money, but money has been awarded to members in the Committee of Budget. There's no equal distribution here, and yet our objective number 12.
Why don't we listen to the whole list? Let's listen. You said we should read the list. We are reading the list. You're where? Where are you?
I proceed. Vote 720, Masindi Municipal Council, 11,172,470,000.
Honorable members, kindly listen to the figures. I don't think any of these members will take this money to their pockets. Vote 20, vote 720.
Vote 720, Masindi Municipal Council, 11 billion.
Honorable members, can we listen?
11,172,470,000. Vote 721, Mitiana Municipal Council, 10,365,633,000. Vote 722, Moroto Municipal Council, 5,143,627,000. Vote 723, Mubende Municipal Council, 10,465,947,000. Vote 724. Mukono Municipal Council, 19,829,177,000. Vote 725. Nansana Municipal Council, 24,351,761,000. Vote 726. Nebi Municipal Council, 6,907,898,000. Vote 727. Njeru Municipal Council, 13,394,572,000. Vote 728. Ntungamo Municipal Council, 4,845,867,000. Vote 729. Rukunjiri Municipal Council, 9,415,996,000. Vote 730. Shema Municipal Council, 14,106,079,000. Vote 731. Tororo Municipal Council, 9,365,323,000.
Honorable members, listen.
Vote 801, Abim District, 18,295,895,000. Vote 802, Ajumani District, 31,965,889,000. Vote 803, Agago District, 31,061,514,000. Vote 804, Aleptong District, 23,689,489,000. Vote 805, Amolata District. Vote 803, Agago District, 31,061,514,000. Vote 804, Aleptong District, 23,689,489,000. Vote 805, Amolata District, 19,357,798,000. Vote 806, Amudat District, 10,632,904,000. Vote 807, Amuria District, 22,290,290,000. Vote 808, Amuru District, 22,428,999,000. That's Amuru. 807 was Amuria District, 22,290,290,000. Vote 809, Apache District, 20,739,922. 20,739,922,000. Vote 810, Arua District, 19,085,370,000. Vote 810, Arua District, 16,085,370,000. Vote 811, Budaka District, 25,157,873,000. Vote 812, Bududa District, 26,411,933,000. Vote 813, Bujiri District, 34,828,388,000. Vote 814, Bugweri District, 19,367,086,000. Vote 815, Buhweju District, 15,085,933,000. Vote 816, Buikwe District, 24,383,139,000. Vote 817, Bukedea District. Vote 817, Bukedea District, 26,466,423,000. Vote 818, Bukomansimbi District, 18,428,274,000. Vote 819, Bukwo District, 22,102,420,000. Vote 820, Bulambuli District, 22,999,426,000. Vote 821, Bulisa District, 14,874,929,000. Vote 822, Bundibujo District, 33,203,487,000. Vote 823, Bunyangabu District, 19,891,642,000. Vote 824, Bushenyi District, 28,896,953,000. Vote 825, Busia District, 32,967,494,000. Vote 826, Butaleja District, 33,927,473,000. Vote 827, Butambala District, 23,446,766,000. Vote 828, Butebo District, 16,607,616,000. Vote 829, Buvuma District, 13,321,617,000. Vote 830, Wuyende District, 22,651,177,000. Vote 831, Dokolo District, 21,223,707,000. Vote 832, Gomba District, 21,231,932,000. Vote 833, Gulu District, 21,678,185,000. Vote 834, Hoima District, 20,331,850,000. Vote 835, Ibanda District, 21,754,328,000. Vote 836, Iganga District, 38,124,629,000. Vote 837, Isinjiro District, 43,369,358,000. Vote 838, Jinja District, 37,285,315,000. Vote 839, Kabong District, 16,287,466,000. Vote 840, Kabale District, 32,609,628,000. Vote 840, Kabale District, 32,609,628,000. Vote 841, Kabarole District, 20,343,712,000. Vote 842, Kaberamaido District, 14,913,324,000. Vote 843, Kagadi District, 35,348,272,000. Vote 844, Kakumiro District, 25,313,000. Vote 845, Kalaki District, 15,868,505,000. Vote 846, Kalangala District, 14,894,914,000. Vote 847, Kaliro District, 28,487,386,000. Vote 848, Kalungu District, 25,170,989,000. Vote 849, Kamuli District, 46,518,428,000. Vote Vote 850, Kamwenge District, 29 billion, 11 million, 951,000. Vote 851, Kanungu District, 41 billion, 511 million, 765,000. Vote 852, Kapchorwa District, 18 billion, 548 million, 597,000. Vote 853, Kapelebiong District, 12 billion, 49 million, 109,000. Vote 854, Karenga District, 10 billion, 726 million, 827,000. Vote 855, Kasanda District, 22 billion, 543 million, 695,000. Vote 856, Kasese District, 73 billion, 970 million, 823,000. Vote 857.
Honorable members, none of the members from Kasese is in a budget committee. None of them. And if you look at how big Kasese is, Kasese is a very big district. So we should remove that thing of saying the members who are in the budget committee. Now, Atkins is a poor man. Atkins, he's not in the budget committee at all. You go ahead.
Vote 857, Katakwi District, 25 billion, 335 million, 675,000. Vote 858, Kayunga District, 37 billion, 361 million, 49,000. Vote 859, Kazo District, 18 billion, 99 million, 602,000. Vote 860, Chivale District, 17 billion, 514 million, 216,000. Vote 861, Chiboga District, 25 billion, 621 million, 222,000. Vote 862, Chibuku District, 21 billion, 510 million, 868,000. Vote 863, Chikube District, 22 billion, 27 million, 669,000. Vote 864, Chiruhura District, 18 billion, 214 million, 354,000. Vote 865, Kiriandongo District, 28 billion, 181 million, 672,000. Vote 866, Chisoro District, 41 billion, 251 million, 167,000. Vote 867, Chitagwenda District, 19 billion, 274 million, 549,000. Vote 868, Kitgum District, 28 billion, 277 million, 64,000. Vote 869, Koboko District, 19 billion, 175 million, 66,000. Vote 870, Kole District, 24 billion, 145 million, 853,000. Vote 871, Kotido District, 11 billion, 301 million, 208,000. Vote 872, Kumi District, 25 billion, 388 million, 394,000. Vote 873, Kwania District, 22 billion, 753 million, 848,000. Vote 874, Kwen District, 19 billion, 391 million, 73,000. Vote 875, Chankwanzi District, 24 billion, 244 million, 929,000. Vote 876, Chegegwa District, 23 billion, 846 million, 624,000. Vote 877, Chenjojo District, 35 billion, 581 million, 507,000. Vote 878, Chotera District, 35 billion, 36 million, 531,000. Vote 879, Lamour District, 18 billion, 485 million, 759 billion. Sorry, 759,000. Vote 880, Lira District, 27 billion, 100 million, 374,000. Vote 881, Luka District, 25 billion, 440 million, 932,000. Vote 882, Luero District, 63 billion, 300 million, 117,000. Vote 883, Luengo District.
Luero, are you part of the committee?
Vote 883, Luengo District, 27 billion, 153 million, 735,000. Vote 884, Liantonde District, 18 billion, 276 million, 836,000. Vote 885, Madi Okolo District, 17 billion, 665 million, 819,000. Vote 886, Manafwa District, 25 billion, 992 million, 671,000. Vote 887, Maracha District, 25 billion, 235 million, 124,000. Vote 888, Masaka District, 13 billion, 315 million, 598,000. Vote 889, Masindi District, 23 billion, 520 million, 737,000. Vote 890, Mayuge District, 42 billion, 544 million, 940,000. Vote 891, Mbale District, 36 billion, 346 million, 216,000. Vote 892, Mbarara District, 23 billion, 774 million, 583,000. Vote 893, Mitoma District, 27 billion, 230 million, 403,000. Vote 894, Mitiana District, 31 billion, 132 million, 617,000. Vote 895, Moroto District, 13 billion, 533 million, 113,000. Vote 896, Moyo District, 20 billion, 493 million, 308,000. Vote 897, Mpiji District, 30 billion, 334 million, 80,000. Vote 898, Mubende District, 25 billion, 717 million, 19,000. Vote 899, Mukono District, 49 billion, 808 million, 239,000. Vote 900, Nabilatuk District, 8 billion, 965 million, 15,000. Vote 901, Nakapiriprit District, 11 billion, 39 million, 255,000. Vote 902, Nakaseke District, 33 billion, 609 million, 209,000. Vote 903, Nakasongola District, 29 billion, 199 million, 461,000. Vote 904, Namaingo District, 24 billion, 345 million, 537,000. Vote 905, Namisindwa District, 25 billion, 757 million, 56,000. Vote 906, Namutumba District, 29 billion, 395 million, 177,000. Vote 907, Napak District, 14 billion, 554 million, 931,000. Vote 908, Nebi District, 28 billion, 393 million, 138,000. Vote 909, Ngora District, 20 billion, 15 million, 428,000. Vote 910, Ntoroko District, 17 billion, 856 million, 9,000. Vote 911, Ntungamo District, 52 billion, 482 million, 302,000. Vote 912, Noya District, 19 billion, 818 million, 194,000. Vote 913, Obongi District, 11 billion, 259 million, 732,000. Vote 914, Omoro District, 23 billion, 623 million, 72,000. Vote 915, Otuke District, 17 billion, 308 million, 500,000. Vote 916, Oyam District, 36 billion, 647 million, 321,000. Vote 917, Pade District, 28 billion, 538 million, 70,000. Vote 918, Pakwach District, 20 billion, 416 million, 756,000. Vote 919, Palisa District, 32 billion, 319 million, 522,000. Vote 920, Rakai District, 35 billion, 470 million, 398,000. Vote 921, Rwanda District, 26 billion, 781 million, 538,000. Vote 922, Rubirizi District, 17 billion, 650 million, 350,000. Vote 923, Ruchiga District, 21 billion, 557 million, 840,000. Vote 924, Rukunjiri District, 40 billion, 111 million, 677,000. Vote 925, Rwampara District, 21 billion, 241 million, 513,000. Vote 926, Sembabule District, 29 billion, 341 million, 783,000. Vote 927, Serere District, 32 billion, 876,000. Vote 928, Shema District, 26 billion, 927 million, 219,000. Vote 929, Sironko District, 32 billion, 16 million, 598,000. Vote 930, Soroti District, 22 billion, 110 million, 246,000. Vote 931, Terego District, 25 billion, 198 million, 993,000. Vote 932, Tororo District, 57 billion, 985 million, 57 billion, 785 million, 129,000. Vote 933, Wakiso District, 78 billion, 280 million, 713,000. Vote 934, Yumbe District, 42 billion, 937 million, 851,000. Vote 935, Zombo District, 22 billion, 920 million, 39,000.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put a question that Uganda shillings, 4 trillion, 155 billion, 732 million, 317,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for vote 601 to 610, 701 to on the visa. I put a question that Uganda shillings 4,154,717,000 be provided for the votes that have been read under local government for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and to contrary nay. The ayes have it. We are now going to development. Total recurrent. I put a question that Uganda shillings 16 trillion 832 billion 467 million 678,000 be provided for as a recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Under development, vote 001, 22 billion 360 million. Office of the President, 002, State House, 21 billion 272 million. 002, State House, 21 billion 722 million. 003, Office of the Prime Minister, 138 billion 267 million 997,000. Minister of Defense, 1 trillion 830 billion 737 million 715,000. 005, Minister of Public Service, 3 billion 200 million. 006, Minister of Foreign Affairs, 120 million. Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, 20 billion. Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, 503 billion 571 million 226,000. Minister of Internal Affairs, 1 billion 600,000 million. Vote 1011, Minister of Local Government. Vote 100, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, 998 billion 998 billion 988 billion 196 million 640,000. Vote 011, Minister of Local Government, 125 million 375 million 644,000. Vote 1012, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, 111 billion 112 billion 453 million 840,000. Vote 013, Minister of Education, Science. We don't have that ministry.
So which money? Where is the money? Where is that money?
Minister of Education and Sports, 354 billion 446,000. 014, Minister of Health, 1 trillion 567 billion 97 million 495,000. 92?
92.
Minister of Health, vote 014, 1 trillion 567 billion 92,495,000. Vote 15, Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives, 10,825,623,000. 16, vote 16, Ministry of Works and Transport, 1,050,507,358,000. Vote 17, Minister of Energy and Minerals.
That one.
Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development where I proposed to restore the 100 billion for rural electrification. And Right Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, give me my list. I proposed this budget neutral. I proposed agencies which we have consistently supplied in reallocation, that this time let them suffer a little bit and we restore money for rural electrification. And a list of agencies, I've given them to the chair, give them to me. Give me the list that you have. I've given the chair the list of agencies. Chair. I've listed the list of agencies where money has been reallocated. And these agencies are not directly in service delivery. They are the following: Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, 14 billion. National Animal Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank. For the last 5 years, this has been getting money. This year we can do with it and have 5 billion. Financial Intelligence Authority, 3 billion. Office of the Auditor General, 15 billion. Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, 2.8 billion. I'll come. Uganda Police Force, 51 billion. I've excluded agriculture and put it on the list because in the opinion of the House, they still want their tractors. Ministry of Water and Energy, Ministry of Water and Mineral Development, still within the same ministry, we restore 8 billion. Water and environment, I've also excluded it because some people wanted it, they wanted their water. Public procurement, disposal of public assets, 3 billion. Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, 3 billion. Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, 9.7 billion. Right Honorable Chair, these agencies have identified is money already taken and budget committee redistributed. So it's not money in those agencies. It's within the money that the budget committee redistributed. It will balance it up. It will not affect the budget, but we shall have a good coverage and a deepening of rural electrification. Right, Chair, I beg to restore 100 billion for those agencies.
Honorable Minister of Energy, maybe he has an option.
I do agree what honorable member is submitting because my office is actually, the requests are insurmountable. We need electricity, especially for rural electrification.
Madam Chair, we gave a supplementary.
Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Part of the money that we are talking about is what we have supplied in recurrent. Part of the money that we first clean your house as rare. Don't just come here and say you want money. You're even giving out money for gold, money for what? Those exemptions that you're giving. Give us a proper plan. When rare was being removed, it went with the 500+ billion. Where is that money? Where is that money? Now you're here crying, you want 100. Yet you cannot account for the 500. People should be cleaning their house first.
Vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Minerals, 1,386,370,757,000.
Next.
Yeah, I want to
Vote
amend.
018,
Let's finish reading the book.
Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, 117,697,065,000. Vote 019, Ministry of Water and Environment, 1,113,675,033,000. Vote 020, Ministry of Information and Communications Technology, 781,046,000. Vote 021, Ministry of East African Affairs, 215,180,000. Vote 022, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, 47,840,000,000. Vote 023, Ministry of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs, 79,282,610,000. Vote 101, Judiciary, 63,009,500,000. Vote 102, Electoral Commission, 3,720,000,000. Vote 103, Inspector General of Government's Office, IGG, 23,396,868,000. Vote 104, Parliamentary Commission, 67,491,000,000. Vote 105, Law Reform Commission, 420,012,000. Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission, 531,078,000. Vote 107, Uganda AIDS Commission, 619,300,000. Vote 108, National Planning Authority, 2,014,500,000. Vote 109, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, 604,755,000. Uganda Industrial Research Institute, nil. Vote 111, National Curriculum Development Center, 3,074,000,000. Vote 112, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, 150 million. Vote 113, Uganda National Roads Authority, 2,376,318,611,000. Vote 113, Uganda National Roads Authority, 2,367,318,611,000. Vote 114, Uganda Cancer Institute, 60,677,401,000. Vote 115,
Let
Uganda.
him first finish reading other than interrupting.
Vote 115, Uganda Heart Institute, 25,827,186,000. Vote 116, Uganda National Medical Stores, 6,651,984,000. Vote 117, Uganda Tourism Board, 100 million. Vote 118, Uganda Road Fund, nil. Vote 119. Vote 119, Uganda registration.
Honorable members, we are talking about development. There's a difference between development and recurrent. And there's a difference between listening and just shouting.
Vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, 4,756,000,000. Vote 120, National Citizenship and Immigration Control, 838,583,000. Vote 121, Dairy Development Authority, 5,760 million. Vote 122, Kampala Capital City Authority, 166,913,183,000. Vote 123, National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board, nil. Vote 124, Equal Opportunities Commission. Okay.
Kampala,
Okay, let me read it
Kampala
again.
Capital City Authority, 166,913,187,000.
Vote 124, Equal Opportunities Commission, 216 million. Vote 125, National Animal Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank, 66,765,607,000. Vote 126, National Information Technology Authority, 96,043,970,000. Vote 127, Uganda Virus Research Institute, nil. Vote 128, Uganda National Examination Board, 11,544,000,000. Vote 129, Financial Intelligence Authority, FIA, 729 million. Vote 130, Treasury Operations, nil. Vote 131, Office of the Auditor General, 1,760,000,000. Vote 132, Education Service Commission, 2,436,410,000. Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecution, 17,040,832,000. Vote 134, Health Service Commission, 52,800,000. Vote 135, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, 22,734,546,000. Vote 136, Uganda Export Promotion Board, 37 million. Vote 137, National Identification and Registration Authority, 3 billion. Vote 138, Uganda Investment Authority, 114,378,884,000. Vote 139, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, 26,824,097,000. Vote 140, Capital Markets Authority, nil. Vote 141, Uganda Revenue Authority, 45,320,000,000. Vote 142, National Agricultural Research Organization, 80,970,000,000. Vote 143, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, 9,200,000,000. Vote 144, Uganda Police, 163,628,425,000. Vote 145, Uganda Prisons, 27,387,707,000. Public Service Commission, 100,000. Vote 147, Local Government. Vote 146, Public Service Commission, 100,000. Vote 146, Public Service Commission, 100,000. Vote 147, Local Government Finance Commission, 100 million. Vote 148, Judicial Service Commission, 2,773,678,000. Vote 149, National Population Council, 241,200,000. Vote 150, National Environment Management Authority, 9,320,000,000. Vote 151, Uganda Blood Transfusion Service, 1,234,200,000. Vote 152, National Agricultural Advisory Services, 1,480,000,000. Vote 153, Public Procurement and Disposal of Assets, 3 billion. Vote 154, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, 6,651,000,000 Vote 155, Cotton Development Organization, 300 million. Vote 156, Uganda Land Commission, 18,811,960,000. Vote 157, National Forestry Authority, 4,594,000,000. Vote 158, Internal Security Organization, 10,680,000,000. Vote 159, External Security Organization, 1,02,960,000. Vote 160, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, 2,020,000,000. Vote 161, Uganda Free Zones Authority, 5,409,000,000. Vote 162, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, 500 million. Vote 163, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, nil. Vote 164, National Council for Higher Education, nil. Vote 165, Uganda Business and Technical Examination Board, 2,800,000,000. Vote 166, National Council of Sports, 1,500,000,000. Vote 167, Science, Technology and Innovation, 80,171,646,000. Vote 301, Makerere University, 15,372,698,000. Vote 302, Mbarara University, 3,954,706,000. Vote 303, Makerere University Business School, 2,125,530,000. Vote 304, Chambogo University, 3,710,496,000. Vote 305, Busitema University, 892,464,000. I'll read that for the avoidance of doubt. Busitema University, 5,892,464,000. Muni University, vote 306, 4,752,000,000. Vote 307, Kavale University, 2,586,568,000. Vote 308. Vote 308, Soroti University, 1,257,362,000. Vote 309, Gulu University, 5,671,020,000. Vote 310, Lira University, 5 billion. Vote 311, Law Development Center, 4,782,560,000. Vote 312, Uganda Management Institute, 1,320,000,000. Vote 313, Mountains of the Moon University, 2,229,372,000. Vote 401, Mulago National Referral Hospital, 16,528,858,000. Vote 402, Butabika Hospital, 2,513,373,000.
Thank you. I put a question.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, this is where I come to amend the other figure of 100 billion. And my amended figure for Ministry of Energy goes to 1,386,370,756 to take care of the 100 billion for rural
It's how
electrification.
much? 100 what?
The figure,
Yes.
the total amended figure now, it becomes 1,408.
How much are you saying we deduct from that, from this development?
The development,
Yes.
the figure I've moved, Right Honorable Chair, is budget neutral. And I should be understood. I've not created any new entry. I've moved the money that was deducted from Ministry of Energy, and during the budget reallocation process, these monies were spread over. So
Spread over, including recurrent.
yeah, even if it is recurrent, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll be in a position to recommend.
I'm just making a clarification.
Yes, including recurrent. And I'll be in a position to recommend the recurrent figures for easy balance. I'm not in any way distorting a budget or in any way. I'm only saying, making a case that if we increase this figure by 1 billion, we will be able to do rural electrification. MPs, including myself, I'm under threat in my constituency because of poles that were put there, and there are no wires, there are no generators. And it's a huge crisis in the
Honorable members, it's not a matter of clapping. It's a matter of logic. I want to ask Minister of Energy first to bring the accountability of the 500 billion that you transferred there with. We cannot give you money when you and you're just going to waste that money. First, give us accountability of that money. Two, even the loans that were given to you, and the money was on loan. Two, the exemptions. That's where we should be able to get the money. You're giving exemptions at will. Give us a report on the exemptions. Before we give you money, first give us on that. Can we hear from we on the supply, we are not on debate.
Right Honorable Chair, you see, we have been allocating a lot of money on energy. We have been getting loans, we have been getting a lot of money, but absorption issues are a problem. Information, Honorable Mudimi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue I'm talking about, the Right Honorable Speaker, Chair, and the members of Parliament. Last Parliament, government procured money under Exim Bank of China, project called TIBEA, to extend the power to all those rural areas, administrative units. That's what to all the whole country. That project has stalled for many years. And the allocation which is there, the money has been lying there. After the end of the financial, they take it and then they revote. This is what they were looking at. The minister should give us the status of the Bayer project, how it has performed.
So Right Honorable. Information.
Yes. Madam Chair, members need to note and be very careful for the public to think that it is us who don't want rural electrification. There is a challenge which the Minister of Energy needs to handle. You have a problem with the owner's contractor. You need to sort it out. You know what's happening. Whether we give money now, unless you sort that one out, and the issue of Tibea. So it should not be seen in the public that is MPs refusing to give you money. What happened last year and the other year? This issue, Madam Chair, needs to be made very clear to the voters that the issue is Minister of Energy that needs to solve the problem of Tibea and owners contractor issue. They are legal issues.
Have you heard that issue, Minister? On Tuesday, we need it debated in this house. We also need accountability of the loan that we gave. And we are not going to give you money before you account to this country. Honorable members.
Most obliged, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, on the development for the votes that have been read.
Yeah, we are allocating money when education and the health do not have titles for those resources they want us to commit. You have set a good precedence that there must be accountability. I sought clarification from the Ministry
of Education
that you want to construct seed schools and health facilities in many places. Those areas you want to
Education.
put this money in do not have land titles. Where are those land titles? You are not answering that question. Why?
No money should be released until you have a land title of a school.
No, because we may be able to commit the same mistake.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want you first to get us right here. First of all, when we talk about no money should be released until we secure land, question number one, who is meant to provide us with the land? Isn't it you? Isn't it local governments? Number two, I want to tell you, honorable colleagues here, we will be able to get land for all seed secondary schools in the country, which are in line with the policy of government, that we have a secondary school per sub-county and per parish. What we need is the money. I thank you to construct.
Madam Chair, what is happening is I sit in education.
The way you're grabbing the microphone.
I'm sorry, but this is an issue passionate to my heart.
The only one who wants to use the microphone. Kindly, let's have respect. Let's have respect. The minister has said we'll make sure we have land in place, we have MOUs in place, we have ownership. It is ownership. Tinker first sit. Honorable members. Honorable members. Don't come and just lose. You know, when you lose your head in this house, nobody will pick it. For me, when I get out of that door, I go a happy girl. These are things that let's debate with the calmness. And if we disagree, let's disagree respectfully. Now, the minister has said everything will be provided before. And that is that. Now, I want you people, Tinker first wait. Tinker wait. You sit, you have all been out. I'm seated here with my brother, Chivumbi. All of you have been out. Honorable members, order in the house. Listen to the question. Listen to the question, Max, sit. Wait. Honorable members, I want to advise you next time. When you have issues to be raised that concern the budget, go to your sectoral committee and follow it up to the budget committee. You're all members of the budget committee, ex-officials. Don't wait for things to come on the table. Then now you come and say, why didn't you give me also? Go make a follow-up from the House Sectoral Committee and then to the budget. Basing on the votes that have been read,
You remember. Order. You remember. Order.
First sit. You sit here.
You're bribing the speaker.
Yes. I am going to report this one to my husband. He wants to touch me. Honorable members, based on the votes of central governments that have been read on development expenditure, I put a question that 13 trillion 223 billion 122 million 671 million 1,000 be provided for development expenditure for the votes that have been read for financial year 2023, 2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay.
No.
The ayes have it.
Vote. Vote 403. Arua Hospital, 2,620 million. Vote 404. Fort Portal Hospital, 120 million. Vote 405.
Honorable members, Tinker has a very valid point. And the valid point, I am the one communicating, is not the one speaking. There are areas where the schools and resettlement comes, and we want to put a school in that area, and you cannot be able to get a land title. What you need to do is to enter into an MOU. It's not a land title per se. You need an agreement that gives government powers to be in charge of, including where churches are. The church lands, I see how. Yes.
I want to thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have, Madam Chair, I have 4 secondary schools that have been proposed to be constructed in my constituency. In my constituency, under you gift, please, they are done over a number of years. My constituency, half of the land belongs to what we call a government resettlement scheme. It's called rotated resettlement scheme. You cannot get a land title on a government resettlement scheme. And we have seen the Minister of Education insisting on a land title. So that's why I wanted this matter to go on record, that in some instances, the land where the school is being proposed to be put ordinarily belongs to government, where you cannot get a land title, and the land title should not be the major factor for constructing a government school.
Honorable members, point has been taken. Referral hospitals.
Vote 403, Arua Hospital, 2,620 million. Vote 404, Fort Portal Hospital, 120 million. Vote 405, Gulu Hospital, 120 million. Vote 406, Hoima Hospital, 2,620 million. Vote 407, Ginger Hospital, 3,642,471,000. Vote 408, Kabale Hospital, 120 million. Vote 409, Masaka Hospital, 120 million. Vote 410, Mbale Hospital, 120 million. Vote 411, Soroti Hospital, 4,120 million. Vote 412, Lira Hospital, 120 million. Vote 413, Mbarara Regional Hospital, 5,230 million. Vote 414, Mubende Regional Referral Hospital, 150 million. Vote 415, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, 120 million. Vote 416, Naguru Referral Hospital, 240 million. Vote 417, Chirudu Referral Hospital, 1,530 million. Vote 418, Kawempe Referral Hospital, 900 million. Vote 419, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital, 900 million. Vote 420, Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital, 2,268 million. Vote 421, Kayunga Hospital, nil. Vote 422, Yumbe Hospital, nil. Vote Yeah, that is also finished.
Honorable members, I put a question that Uganda
Clarification, Madam
shillings
Speaker.
25 billion 60 million 471,000 be provided for development expenditure for vote 403 to 422. Referral hospitals for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 501, Uganda Mission at the United Nations, New York, nil. Vote 502, Uganda High Commission in the United Kingdom, 2,113,704,000. Uganda High Commission in Canada, Ottawa, 6 billion. Vote 504, Uganda High Commission in India, New Delhi, 270 million. Vote 505, Uganda High Commission in Kenya, Nairobi, 7,200,000,000. Vote 506, Uganda High Commission in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, nil. Vote 507, Uganda High Commission in Nigeria, Abuja, 16,200,000,000. Vote 508, Uganda High Commission in South Africa, Pretoria, 390 million. Vote 509, Uganda High Commission in Rwanda, Kigali, 700 million. Vote 510, Uganda Embassy in the United States, Washington, 540 million. Vote 511, Uganda Embassy in Egypt, Cairo, 170 million. Vote 512, Uganda Embassy in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, 370 million. 370 million. Vote 513, Uganda Embassy in China, Beijing, 100 million. Vote 514, Uganda Embassy in Switzerland, Geneva, 330 million. Vote 515, Uganda Embassy in Tokyo, Japan, nil. Vote 516, Uganda Embassy in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, nil. Vote 517, Uganda Embassy in Denmark, Copenhagen, 100 million. Vote 518, Uganda Embassy in Belgium, Brussels, 3,380,000,000. Vote 519, Uganda Embassy in Italy, Rome, nil. Vote 520, Uganda Embassy in DRC, Kinshasa, 2,856,380,000. Vote 521, Uganda Embassy in Sudan, Khartoum, 647,916,000. Vote 522, Uganda Embassy in France, Paris, nil. Vote 523, Uganda Embassy in Germany, Berlin, nil. Vote 524, Uganda Embassy in Iran, Tehran, 100 million. Vote 525, Uganda Embassy in Russia, Moscow, 172 million. Vote 526, Uganda Embassy in Australia, Canberra, 150 million. Vote 527, Uganda Embassy in South Sudan, Juba, nil. Vote 528, Uganda Embassy in United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi, nil. Vote 529, Uganda Embassy in Burundi, Bujumbura, 150 million. Vote 530, Uganda Consulate in China, Guangzhou, 7,500,000,000. Vote 531, Uganda Embassy in Turkey, Ankara, 800 million. Vote 532, Uganda Embassy in Somalia, Mogadishu, 2,810,000,000. Uganda Embassy in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, that is vote 533, 100 million. Uganda Consulate in Kenya, Mombasa, that is vote 534, 4,650,000,000. Vote 535, Uganda Embassy in Algeria, Algiers, 390 million. Vote 536, Uganda Embassy in Qatar, Doha, 198 million. Vote 538, Uganda Mission in Luanda, Angola, nil.
Thank you. I put a question that Uganda shillings 58 billion 388 million be provided for development expenditure for votes 501 to 538 That is missions abroad for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Local government. The local governments are vote 601 to 610, 701 to 731, 801 to 935. That is for development. I now put a question that Uganda shillings 1,667,665,000 be provided for development for local governments under the votes that have been mentioned. Those for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that total development. The total development for financial year 2023-2024 is 14,431,238,208,000. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Have we supplied statutory?
Honorable members, I put a question that the House does resume and a committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Have supplied statutory.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Huh?
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023, 2024, and has duly supplied without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, what we gave was instructions, orders on what should be done to the Minister of Finance. But in terms of figures, there was no amendment. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. We have nothing to hide. Put for me a question to put.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion for committal in order to allow us consider the statutory votes.
I put a question that the House considers recommittal of statutory votes. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Committee of Supply. Vote 001, Office of the President. Specified officers, President, 96 million. Vice President, 96 million. Vote 007, Justice Court Awards, 38 billion, 389,580,000. Vote 130, Treasury Services, 18,951,153,591,000. Vote 101, Judiciary, 329,535,835,000. Vote 102, Electoral Commission, 145,169,948,000. Vote 103, Inspectorate of Government, 63,074,932,000. Vote 104, Parliamentary Commission, 878,063,581,000. Vote 105, Uganda Law Reform Commission, 18 billion.
Honorable members, listen.
18,038,042,000. Vote 106, Uganda Human Rights Commission, 19,040,586,000. Vote 107, Uganda AIDS Commission, 15,980,208,000. Vote 108, National Planning Authority, 47,787,651,000. Vote 131, Auditor General, 109,810,294,000. Vote 133, Directorate of Public Prosecution, 270 million. Vote 144, Police Inspector and Deputy Inspector General, 163,708,000. Vote 145, Prisons, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, 163,708,000.
Honorable members, you've had the votes for statutory.
Chair.
But in pension and gratuity for non-statutory votes, you have 856,245,706,000.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard the figure for treasury operations. I looked at the breakdown and I saw no provision for key obligations, including promissory notes like Ruboa and others. I don't know whether it's part of the treasury operations or the minister has somewhere else is going to pick the money. Probably the chairperson budget could rectify. I have not seen that.
Chair and colleagues, I don't know whether the LOP used to say Lubowa is a non-entity. I'm surprised today he's interested in allocating money for that. Government has not yet brought that part of in the expenditure estimates. So we can't create it here.
But you know, the problem, Honorable Chair, is that I'm both a lawyer and an economist. I'm aware of the commitments in form of a promissory note. Do you want to clarify that those obligations do not obtain?
Finance. Of course, if we have an obligation, really, you have to provide for an obligation. It is either you can't run out of it. You entered into an obligation.
Madam Chair, at this stage, I expect us to deal with what I have provided.
Yeah, meaning he has not provided for Lubowa.
You know, Honorable Chair, I want him to state that it's an unfunded priority or actually do not owe. It's a very simple answer I'm questioning for.
Minister.
Let me open my lobe. Right Honorable Chair, I think we better understand how we are being played on psychology. When these memo items are left unfunded, it's a first justification on 1st July to invoke the provision of 3%. And reasons why they balloon the budget to 52 billion, knowing it will never be realized, is to increase the lower portion of 3%, which they will do on discretion. And up until the ministry becomes clean. And Right Honorable Speaker, Chair, matters are so critical. To this extent, the chair is aware. We are even failing to meet our obligation to Bank of Uganda this financial year, 2.1 trillion. So, as the LOP is saying, for you not to provide those expenditures is a clear sign that you are going to invoke the 3% and you allocate money the way you want.
On a Committee of National Economy and Health, I want you to do an oversight on that. Now that the ministers denied that the money is not there, we cannot legislate on what is not there. If it is not there, it is not there. So let the Committee of Health and National Economy make a follow-up on that and then report. Honorable members, we have the statutory votes, statutory charges that have been read. I put a question that Uganda shillings 21 trillion 471 billion 473 21 trillion 473 billion 79 million 372,000 be appropriated for statutory votes for financial year 2023-2024. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has supplied statutory expenditure without amendments.
It has supplied a statutory expenditure without amendment, but with instructions for Committee of Health and National Economy to make a follow-up on the issues of Lubowa Hospital.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
And the report is on recommittal. We are restricting to recommittal.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts a report of the Committee of Supply. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members. Honorable members, I want to thank you for finishing the supply. We are going to come back for the most important part. But before we do that, I asked for terms of borrowing. And the terms of borrowing, I asked the Honorable Minister to come and lay on table. Part of this budget is going to be supported by borrowing. And we need to see those terms such that when they come borrowing, we'll refer to what has been laid here. That's what the law says.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on table the terms of borrowing for budget support for the financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Please lay, and I will want Committee of National Resources to scrutinize on those terms, and National Economy to scrutinize the terms.
Right Honorable Speaker, In the list of accounting officers we laid in the House, there was one accounting officer missing for science, technology, and innovations. And I beg to lay on the table the name of the accounting officer for the vote 166. I beg to lay.
Thank you. What is the vote number?
The vote is vote 167, Ministry of Science and Innovations.
Who is the accounting officer?
The accounting officer is Ms. Jenny Valeche, State House
I
Corporation.
will also require leader of opposition to come with this report on the scrutinized accounting officers that we referred to PAC before you give out money to any entity.
Madam Speaker, there is another important document which was asked for in the debate, and here I lay the poverty status report for the year 2021. I beg to lay.
Honorable members, we are coming back for appropriation bill, which is very important. And I'm suspending the House for 10 minutes.
I am telling you, there is no money.
What? The number.
Okay, now,
Mm.
as far as that is and commission, that is not.
We are past there.
We leave it.
I want to give you. Yes. More.
We leave it to go.
Honorable members, can we have everybody inside?
Item 4, Bill second reading, the Appropriation Bill 2023.
Honorable members, Section 1401 of the Public Finance Management Act requires the House to pass any budget-related bills by 31st of May. The Appropriation Bill 2023, which was tabled on 30th March 2023 and was referred to the Committee of Budget and is now ready for the second reading. I will now invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion to that effect. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move that the Appropriations Bill 2023 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Seconded by Bunyoro Affairs, Ajati, Honorable Obiga, Ntoroko, Avuru, Ame, Rose, Jonathan, Zailo, Budu, Nsereko, Wilson, Zombo, Xavier, by the whole house, and Queen Dancer. Would you love to speak to your bill?
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the object of this bill is provide for the authorization of the public expenditure out of the consolidated fund, a sum of 29,715,517,110,000 shillings only to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024 and to appropriate the surplus granted. Madam Chair, this bill has been considered by the committee and they have made the following observations. With your permission, the committee can
Thank you.
present the observations.
Chair, budget.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member, this is the committee report on the Appropriation Bill 2023. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, on 30th March 2023, the Appropriation Bill 2023 was read for the first time and subsequently referred to the Committee on Budget for consideration. In accordance with Rule 151, 1 and 2 of the committee considered the bill and reports as follows. Methodology: the committee held consultative meetings with Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and they examined the appropriation bill to ascertain the consistency and accuracy of the estimate as indicated in the schedule to appropriation bill against the resolution by Parliament on the same. 1.2, the object of the bill is to provide for the authorization of public expenditure out of the consolidated fund, a sum of 29,715,000,000 517,110,000 shillings only to meet the expenditure for financial year ending 30th June 2024, and to appropriate the supplies granted. Legal framework. Article 156(1) provides that the heads of expenditure contained in the estimates other than expenditure charged on the consolidated fund by this constitution or another act of parliament shall be included in a bill to be known as appropriation bill, which shall be introduced into parliament to provide for the issue from the consolidated fund of the sum necessary to meet that expenditure and the appropriation of these sums for the purpose specified in the bill. Additionally, under section 14(1) of the Public Finance and Management Act, Parliament shall by the 31st day of May of each year consider and approve the annual budget, work plans of government for next financial year, the appropriation bill, and any other bills that may be necessary to implement the annual budget. Observations. Right Honorable Speaker and members, Parliament on 18th of May 2023 considered and approved the estimate of expenditure of government for the financial 2023/2024. Subsequently, in accordance with Rule 151, one of the rules of procedure, 152.
152(1).
One of our rules of procedure, the committee examined each vote together with its correspondence figures as indicated in the schedule to the bill and identified several inconsistencies. The committee therefore recommends that the figures as indicated per vote in the schedule to the bill should be replaced with the figures per vote as supplied by Parliament and contained in the resolution of Parliament dated 18th day of May 2023 as attached. In conclusion, the committee recommends that the Appropriation Bill 2023 be passed into law subject to their proposed amendments. Right Honorable Speaker and members, beg to report.
Thank you so much, Chairman. You've heard from Minister. You've also heard from the Chair. Shadow.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I definitely have no comment, and I agree with the committee position.
Thank you so much. We agree with the committee position.
Chair, I need to thank the committee. Yesterday they left the house. Yes, Madam Speaker, to thank you first of all, and then also thank the committee for the work they have done. Sometimes we over complain, but we don't know what those people go through. But I want to say thank you. But I have one concern. Next year, remember to include the road that runs from Ukumi, Ngora, Serere, Kagwara in the budget. Number two, municipalities don't have security lights. There's a darkness throughout. There's a lot of robbery. There's a lot of rape. There's a lot of crime. We need to be supported. Come to Kampala, come to Kumi, come to Mbale, everywhere, Jinja. Places are dark, so we need to drive away the darkness from these urban centers. That's what I wanted to submit, but I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I believe Parliament has done a good job. But remember this house, something can be done. Thank you.
Honorable members? Yes. Yes, Honorable Angora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the committee for the report and request that next time where the vote was not very balanced, they balance it well. And I hereby move a motion, Madam Speaker, that the committee report be adopted.
Are you moving a motion that we go to, we read it for the second time, we read appropriation
Yes.
bill for the second time? We
Yes.
don't consider a report.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that the motion, the bill
I am
read for the
happy
second
Honorable
time.
Chivumbi is in agreement and yes.
Madam Speaker, we thank you for the attention you've given to this appropriation bill. I have about 3 observations to make. One, I want to propose in future when we are considering a similar bill, we must indeed provide for all statutory requirements. As we talk now, the tree fund was not provided. There is environment fund supposed to be provided. This is not catered for. What that means is we are violating the law, and this house may be enjoined and equally accused of violating the law. 2, the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Uganda and the tax collector, URA, need to have a system that speaks. It would seem to me we often fail to meet our tax targets because there are leakages along the way. So when URA is collecting money, when money is being deposited on revenue collection account, the Ministry of Finance must have a system where they're able to know, and Bank of Uganda must be able to know. Thirdly, all our tax bills and decisions relating to tax, we seem to make them on the basis of speculation. They are not qualified. They are not based on cost-benefit analysis. We have double tax agreements that are supposed to be laid here. This matter has been dodged, even when you directed so. I would therefore, Madam Speaker, like to invite you to at least ensure there's a clear pronouncement on these matters. Lastly, as finance goes to release these resources, you should bear in mind that under the Physical Planning Act 2010 as amended, the local governments are supposed to comply with approved physical development plans. Right now, a number of developments are taking place and the local governments are not complying with that. The law provides that sometimes you are supposed to hold their resources if they do not comply. We asked for the Minister of Lands to bring here a report on annual performance of these entities. That report has not come here. The Deputy Speaker then directed that the report must be brought. Up to now, the report is not there. So, Madam Speaker, as we pass this bill, these are matters I really want to draw your attention to, such that they are enforced and we are in agreement with the law. You made a pronouncement on tobacco money. I still want to emphasize the farmers need that money. I don't know if it is going to come from the 3%. I don't know where it is going to come from. The issue is just at large. It would also be important we get a clear pronouncement on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you need to take up the issue of the tobacco money. And I also want to request the members in the next budgeting process, kindly be involved. Don't come at the last minute. That's one of your roles as a member of parliament. You should be able to know what is happening in the sectoral committee. When these reports are brought to the House, refer to sectoral committees, you need to make a follow-up. From sectoral committees, it comes back to the House, then it goes to budget. You need to go to the budget and follow what is happening with the budget, not specifically with your district, but with the national budget. You don't come and do lamentations on the floor on the last day. Lop. Let the Lop first.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. 3 issues from me. One is to appreciate the effort of the committee over the last couple of weeks. I know it's been intense and sometimes frustrating. I want to implore the Minister of Finance to clean up your act. Parliament are not your houseboys to toss around. When you're bringing documents, plan and bring them at once and we work properly.
Honorable Lop, that's a very hard word. Me, I can never be a houseboy, house girl. No, for me, I can't be that.
Exactly my point.
I can't even be referred to that. Use another word.
Exactly my point.
You can use another harder word, but not.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, we can use a much more fairer word, but I wanted to make it really get to the bottom of finance, to take Parliament seriously, bringing documents in piecemeal, to work, to make us work in circles. We look a bit shabby.
You don't give a houseboy things in housemates. That's why I only want that word, because we are not houseboys or house girls.
You know, Right Honourable Speaker, I am sorry. The Queen's language is my second language. It's not my mother
You
tongue.
can say it in Uganda.
I am trying to find at the end of my submission.
Let's remove the word houseboys. We can use a more harder word.
Yeah,
you cannot use us like that.
They should not really take Parliament for granted.
Okay, have you removed the houseboys and house girls?
Yes.
Okay.
It's withdrawn, seriously.
Thank you.
But it's gotten it.
Thank you.
That said, we have been jostling with the figures here and last minute considerations. They speak volumes about the troubles of our planning framework. There was a migration from sector-based budgeting to program-based budgeting. What has been happening over this budget cycle is organized chaos, Right Honourable Speaker. If you look at what the ministries have been submitting, they have been submitting sectors. If you give the chairperson budget time, he will tell you how they have suffered in reconciling whether they are budgeting for programs or for sectors. In fact, the discovery is that some ministers, not the one who's here today, do not even understand the whole context of program budgeting. The one who's here understand it. And it's really rendering the House to work in a haphazard manner, Right Honourable Speaker. I hope over the subsequent cycles of our operations, there will be opportunity for a better understanding of what program-based budgeting is about. If it doesn't work and it impairs the way you work, please go back to whoever brought it down your throats and say we can go back to what we know better and we work better. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, unfortunately for me and you colleagues, this budget may not change the situation of our people. And you've got to go and dust your throats and go and start explaining why the presidency has more money than the PDM. I hope you'll be able to explain to the people. And then you'll know why only 25% of you will come back in the 12th Parliament. It's about the people. We need to understand our obligation to our people and have the courage as members of Parliament. We should summon the courage to say what is this transactional cost of sustaining a presidency? Is it sustainable? The transactional cost of sustaining the president and the presidency. I'm using pronouns, not a noun, not even a name. Is it sustainable? Should we carry this on for the cycles remaining for our budgeting as the different parliament? I leave that to you, honorable members of parliament. Hopefully you'll be able to explain to your voters. At least the voters in the Masaka City are aware that the budget is skewed and therefore we need to work better. Finally, right on the speaker, you had the murmurs when the figures were being flashed on the screens about the inequities, regional inequities in the sharing of resources. I think the budget committee needs to really look at these figures next time round. When the BFP is brought here and laid, there's need for urgent work to figure out and throw a light on the regional inequities in sharing the national resources so that this country is a nation for everyone and certain resources. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, when you look at what Lope is talking about, the issue of bringing documents late, I think finance has taken us so much for granted. You've made us sit here almost every day past midnight in the name of having the budget completed. For the first time, let's have respect for each other. Respect the parliament and we'll respect you as finance. The issue of appropriation under the Constitution, Article 156, is the role of parliament. Leave us a gap also to do appropriation. Don't come with the figures, this one must not be moved. Give us time, give us our role. That is the only thing we have as parliament. And I am telling you, ministers, you've gone there. You only minister up to midnight. The next day you'll wake up, you're not a minister. We must protect the integrity of this house. When you come back, you get the house is intact the way you left. If we distort it, we'll have lost it. So let's protect our role of appropriation. I want to ask the honorable members, whatever has not been appropriated may not be much, but let's get involved in doing oversight. Let's get involved in seeing what is given to our district and make sure we do the oversight role. Gone?
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much. I rose up to move a motion, considering the fact that this house has done a lot of work. And those who wanted to submit on the principles of the bill have already spoken. I therefore want to move that Right Honorable Speaker, you put a question for the committee of the whole house to descend down and do action. I beg to move.
Is it seconded? Seconded. We want the bill to be read for the second time. Put a motion where that the house.
That the question be put for the bill to be read for the second time.
Thank you.
But also.
Is it seconded? Seconded by JB, by Fidra, Maxi, Jenny, Pastor Azar, OO. Hi, Elwelu General. Aru, Linda, Solomon, and Sanon. Honorable members, just to put the record correct on the issues of quorum, we have 188 physically. Virtually, we have nine members, and that's 197, meaning we have the quorum as opposed to 177. I now put a question that the appropriation bill be read the second time. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. Let's have it.
The Appropriation Bill 2023, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair.
Madam Chair and honorable members, clause 2, head note, issue of money out of the consolidated fund. We propose that we substitute for the entire clause the following. 2, issue of money out of the consolidated fund. The treasury may issue out of the consolidated fund and apply towards the supply granted to the government for the service for the year ending on 30th June 2024. The sum 31,263,705,886 shillings only.
Finance.
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee proposal.
I put a question that the clause be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
Chair.
Madam Chair and honorable members, schedule replace the amount in column 2 of the schedule of the bill with the following schedules A and B for recurrent expenditure and the development expenditure respectively. Schedule A for recurrent, the votes, description and amount runs up to page 13. Then development should be also runs from page 14 up to
Honorable Minister.
up to 23.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I have no objection to the proposed amendment.
The schedule that we are talking about is what we talked about, the recurrent and the development. And we are just looking at the figures that we passed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to clarify during the supply, when we look at development, the figures in some of the budget lines are not matching with those that we supplied under the supply. So I want to know if
which figure did not all.
Okay, for example, let us go under line 914, vote 914 under development. During supply, we had 3.0 2.063. Here now we have 2.063.
Madam Chair, 4914 is Omoro District. The figure I have under development is 3 billion 64 million 586,000.
Now under the appropriation, check it.
Don't read the bill. We are reading the appropriation. We have substituted the schedule. Actually, it has been amended. Members, let's not, I'm also going to raise an issue on Bukedea. Honorable members, I put a question that the schedule be amended and stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay.
The schedule has amended.
I put a question that the schedule as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title. I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Appropriations Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments.
Thank you.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Appropriation Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Appropriations Bill 2023 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Appropriation Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Appropriation Act 2023.
The bill is passed and title settled. Honorable members, from the bottom of my heart, I really want to thank you so much. So much. From 8, you've been here. Yesterday, you were here. On Tuesday, you were here. You deserve to be taken out. Honorable members, we are going to arrange that and we'll communicate on the speaker's dinner. I also want to inform the members of NRM that I got a letter written to me as a speaker that the NRM party is inviting you for a retreat from 27th of this month to 5th of next month. That's one. Two, I'm also reminding you that the State of Nation address is on 7th of June. The budget reading is on 15th of June. We are not going to, the House is still going to sit because we have very important reports that we must adopt. One of the most important reports that we must sort out is from energy on exemptions. And energy, clerk put energy on order paper for Tuesday. We need to handle the issues of we'll also handle the issues of the Mabati. And we are going to have action taken reports. The issue of Katonga, we need also a report of what is happening the other side. So we'll sit the whole of next week. Can I hear from the chair budget?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would sincerely, on behalf of the Committee of Budget, like to thank all members of Parliament for running this exercise. Thank you very much for concluding the budget. I would also thank members of the committee, but first I thank chairpersons of the sector committees for joining the committee and guiding the committee, including the chairperson of the Parliamentary Business Committee, who is the speaker, who was a part of our meetings. We thank all of you. I would especially thank in a special way members of the budget committee for the tireless effort amidst what even the law observed. Very, very tight and critical situation. Thank you very much, members. I will also thank our technical team who at one time worked transnight to ensure that our report comes out. Thank you very much. I have no other words. I rest my case. I started by thanking all members of Parliament. Lope.
Honorable members.
Yes, Lope has been with us. He has ever attended our meeting. He has submitted times physically, at times through other submission. And the ministers of the opposition, we call them ministers of the incoming government or future government. There's a Minister of Finance in the shadow cabinet, Honorable Mwanga Kivumbi. I thank you for the work you bring for this country, all of you, and all the colleagues. But I want also in a very special way to thank my vice chairman. He has been very useful, very, very useful vice, very useful deputy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. For me, I want to in a special way thank Honorable Bahati for mobilizing members. Very, very effective. And thank Honorable Musa Sisi. Now I know why the House loves you. But in a special way, Honorable Mpoga and his team are very, very instrumental to this country. What Honorable Chivumbi raises are very, very critical to this country. And when you look at Honorable Dur, into detail. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister. Where is Honorable Semoju?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in a special way, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I would like to thank you most sincerely for your commitment to this budget process. Madam Speaker, I have worked with you for quite a number of years, ever since you found me in the budget committee, in the finance committee as the chair. But for the last 2 days, I realized a special attribute in you. Please.
Honorable members, why don't you allow somebody to appreciate? You had Father Nen appreciating. Allow him also appreciate.
Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, honorable colleagues, Madam Speaker has a special and a unique attribute called commitment. And I want to believe this is the reason why she's the Speaker of this House, and this is why this House has been able to achieve all it has achieved since she assumed leadership. Madam Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the lead of government business, represented by Honorable Nakadama. We started this process way back in September. We wouldn't have arrived here, wouldn't have reached this stage without the support of the entire government, led in this parliament by the lead of government business, and also constitutionally guided by His Excellency the President, who is by constitution the Minister of Finance. I want to really appreciate you most sincerely. I want to thank in a special way Honorable Bahati. In the last 2 days, I needed someone to whip the members, and Bahati has been there for me and for the committee and for the House. Let's really appreciate him. I want to thank the leadership of the Budget Committee, led by Honorable Porot Ishiagi, the MP of Kachumbara, whom I was with in the Finance Committee for 5 years. Honorable Ishiagi is a unique chairperson. His reasoning, his approach, and his style of work really fits in my approach. I want to thank you with your Vice Chair and the entire Committee of Budget. Thank you so much for supporting this process. Finally, let me appreciate the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee handled the revenue side. The bills were handled by the Finance Committee. I want to appreciate Honorable Dr. Kefa Chiwanuka and Madam Vice Jen Pachuto, and the entire leadership and the entire finance committee for the job well done. Let me finish by thanking the leader of opposition, Honorable Matthias Mpuga, and his team. We have really managed this process in a consultative manner. And I really want to appreciate you, and I feel proud and enjoy working with you, colleagues. Lastly, let me thank the House. Without you, the Appropriations Act wouldn't have passed. You have really put in your time. You have put in
It is still a
everything.
bill.
Without you, the
Appropriation
appropriations
bill.
bill wouldn't have passed. I want to thank you most sincerely. Madam Speaker, the last point. At Ministry of Finance, we are not angels. It's a complex job to do. But I want to thank you for your indulgence and colleagues. Even where we have fallen short by bringing you documents late, you have not hesitated to handle our business. And on behalf of my senior minister, I would like to appreciate you for understanding the situation we work in. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you first, because you have been there for all of us. You've kept the time and the commitment to see that we pass this bill. I want to thank the Committee of Budget and all the other committees that feed into budget. I thank you so much for the job well done. I thank all the members of Parliament. And in particular, I want to thank Loeb, because their input has contributed a lot to our budget. So I thank you so much. And the Minister, Honorable Chivumbi, we thank you so much for the job well done. Right Honorable Speaker, as I thank the members of Parliament, I want to thank the Budget Committee for using the resources that are available and the means of finance to appropriate for the whole country the priorities that we have appropriated for. We thank you so much, and let's hope we are going to use that to see that our country moves forward. I thank you, and I thank you, Honorable Government Chief Whip, for being there in the absence of Honorable Government Chief Whip, Honorable Bua Benson, because he's on other state duties. I thank you so much, Honorable Bahati. Honorable Minister of Finance, with your team, we thank you, and we continue working hard for this country. I thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members, the ministers, and how we wish we could have our appropriation bill signed. so that it becomes an act before we go for the reading. And I therefore adjourn the House to 10 on Tuesday.
Where is the container you have in your hand?